up in terms of like Hedron yield with people who have like 1,000 to 5,000 T shares with 10x multipliers.
Mike, are you having trouble hearing Cocky at all?
Oh, I think I just talk over him. Adderall. I'm sorry,
Okay.
bro.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So there
Sorry.
wasn't like
Sorry, Cocky. I love you.
Of course.
Hey, Executioner, going back to what you were saying about the auctions a little while ago and the Dolphins coming up, have you kind of taken a look at how many auctions haven't been started and kind of, tried to calculate out how much Hedron is going to be coming available and if it should be able to cover the auctions that will be available? Because
it was like 2 trillion to about around 2 trillion Hedron that they had amongst maybe 980 some odd people that were in that squid category. And there's a lot less dolphins than 900 and some odd 900 some odd people, and they have a hell of a lot more Hedron than those squids did. It's more than 2 trillion. So they will have enough to be able to get through all of the HSIs as it is. And since it's all of those bigger characters, all having the availability at around the same time, their competition is each other pretty much, because like everyone else is being exhausted right now, right? Like you pretty much, we're going to get to a point where we're going to have to wait for these guys to get their liquid Hedron, because there isn't any big players that are sitting off the side that are considering their Hedron circulating supply, meaning they're going to sell it or whatever across the market. They're not doing that. Like liquidity providers, market makers who hold about 2 trillion Hedron on all dexes right now across the markets, they're not moving their shit. They already have more Hedron than what they're providing market making liquidity with to participate in the protocols themselves. So like they have multiple different bags that they do shit with. And right now, providing liquidity, the APY that you get on that and the risk that you assume for doing that is a hell of a lot less than just utilizing the protocol. So even the market makers, by doing the market making thing and using the protocol, they're mitigating their own risk with any impermanent loss by doing that by a lot. So they don't even give a shit. What they're doing is community service work, allowing for people to buy, sell, trade across their pairs and all the other stuff, while they're making ass loads of yield also in these other categories. However, to answer your question, no, I haven't looked to see how much there was. Yes, I know they do have enough to be able to process all of the auctions that are there. And I do think that they will garner, as we progress through, a higher competitive rate against each other. And I think Crispy right now was saying that that the average T share is burning about 100 million, 100 to 160 million Hedron per T share, which is the going rate is about 100 million. So they're selling for over the cost. And the higher the T shares are, the bigger the discount that you're getting. And what would suggest that would be that there are no bigger players because they're all staked, and the smaller players just don't have enough to be able to get these big giant HSIs. They just don't. You got 100 some odd T shares coming up, and they can barely get past the competitive rate to go past the minimums.
What constitutes a bigger player? How much Hedron?
Probably anywhere between 10 billion Hedron is probably getting in there to the mediocre bigger players to 100 billion.
Oh, then I'm glad I stayed, because I don't even have. I'm not even close to that. So
yeah, and those are the players that are about to come come party.
I did have a quick question on the big payday we just had. Are we gonna? Is it realistic to see something similar to that in the next 90 days, or is that just because of the source address? If I remember correctly, uh, wasn't there like a benevolent act
Yeah.
that burned?
Yeah, the SA burned 250 billion in one day, which was a huge payout to everybody. Not as much as the 1.6 trillion or whatever the hell it was that was burned through the auctions on the first day. That was insane. And then it added another 750 billion to the seed liquidity function for the rest of the 365 days that it already had for the 4 trillion that it already had for the whole year anyway. So it's closer to 5 trillion seeded liquidity by the SA. But yeah, I think that, I mean, if other players have, you know, they have the availability to participate in the auctions, they know that there are no smaller guys left. When they come out, they know that A, they don't have the sharks and the whales to compete with them. They don't have the smaller players because they've pretty well technically been exhausted of all of their Hedron for the last 90 days because they've had the availability to participate. So it's just them. It's just them. And they've got all of this fucking Hedron, and they're not going to value it at first. My assumption, right? Just like we found out, right? In the lower levels that, you know, people started to participate right away. There was thousands of them on the first day, and it was like, pick your fucking weapon and have at it. They're going to have the same thing happen again. The same thing with them.
That's a good and bad thing for us. Well, we can't compete with them, but if they're burning Hedron, so
there's less of them though too. So I mean, you would think that it'd be like, oh fuck, everyone's going to get diluted when these guys go through and they participate. If they use that buyback function, everyone's going to get diluted. Probably true. They probably will, because they're going to have less Hedron because of all the competition. The Hedron staking pool is probably going to start garnering more yield, and people are going to be like, why is that? Because they're not paying attention to what's going on in, you know, in the whole ecosystem as a whole. And then they're going to be starting piling in on the Icosa pool, where they're getting Hedron for just participating, and they're going to, you know, get their Icosa yield as well. You know, so they'll be diluting themselves and everybody else. So that's why I was like, I don't think that there's like one direction that you should go, that through the ebbs and flows of how all this stuff is going to work, is that one is going to look very advantageous because nobody has any Icosa, right? And everyone else is staked for a minimum stake length. So they're not going to have any Icosa for a while, right? But after they do get through those minimums, then one pool is going to be completely burned, sucked, fucked dry, which is the Icosa, the Hedron pool, right? Because you need Hedron is the fucking currency to be able to be involved in it in the first place, right? It takes no other currency other than Hedron. It's the only currency that it takes to be able to do that. And those people will realize what they're doing when they all of a sudden don't have as much Hedron anymore, and they go get involved in the Icosa pool that we're telling everybody this is the most advantageous thing with all this, which it might be now, but as soon as they all come in, then they're going to realize, oh fuck, I should have kept some Hedron in the other pool. They should have, but they probably won't, because they're going to see all these HSIs that they want, which is going to give them a higher position in the Icosa pool, which just makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep my Hedron on, just to play it safe. See what happens. No need to get too greedy.
Well, I mean, it could potentially become extremely rare. Hedron can, after all the dolphins have had their opportunity, and if the dolphins do utilize the buyback function to give the sharks the opportunity to use those HSIs again to be able to compete and burn their Hedron and make their decision on whether they want to use the buyback function or keep those HSIs in the first place. And then eventually the sharks will have their time, and then the whales will come to play too. And then who knows what the whales will do when it comes. They may not even give a shit whether they have availability to bid on HSIs or not, right? Because whales have the availability to go market buy shit. They'll see the ebbs and flows, and they'll participate whether they have a minimum staking length here, there, or anywhere, or whatever the fuck. They don't care.
Yeah, also a lot of them, I think. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, please go ahead.
No, I was going to say that a lot of them, if they're whales, I've noticed that a lot of them aren't invested in the finite details of a lot of the projects. Like, what was it, whale that ended a stake a while ago and ended up losing, what was it, 70 grand worth of Hedron? I don't remember who it was, but
Yeah, that was
was
a Coinbase executive. Yeah, the female lady.
yeah.
So I want to touch another part on here. Any way you go, I think you're going to do really well. So I want to start off with that, and I don't want to make anyone do a bad decision. Like, I'm pretty fucking retarded. I think we've gone over this, but right now, if you go and stake, the share rate changed a little bit. But if you want 0.01%, you want to be a dolphin in the Icosa pool right now. Like, the entry for the pool size is about $1,600. It's going to cost you a little over $6,000 to get 0.01% of the Hedron pool.
So I'm sorry, how many Icosa does it take to be a dolphin?
The share rate changed a little bit, but like it's about 2,400 or so. Like I'd have to adjust for share rate and stuff. But like those numbers are pretty close. Like but still, we're talking over about a factor of 4.
I want to say thank you guys for allowing me to be a part of this. I am so excited. I'm so excited to be so early on a project like this.
What you should do is you should take your hand, whichever is your primary hand, and you should put it up over your shoulder, and you should pat yourself directly on the back, because it's you, bro. You did it, not us.
Well, I think it's everybody. It's everybody together. I mean, we gotta pat each. Everybody's gotta do a collective pat on each other's back, because I think if you're in these chats, you're definitely a step above the average.
Cookie,
Yeah.
don't forget to pay. I think it's $25 per month for the Telegram group as well.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, send me your link.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, and our services provided are fucking free, Solix. Thanks. Appreciate you.
I don't know why he's asking for a picture of my sister.
Oh my God, he was asking for my
No,
feeder.
it's Icosa and Hedron group. Everybody pay $25 a month. You don't pay that, Cookie?
I must have forgot.
So just to let you guys know, if all of you think that I'm silly or you're not going to, let's say you guys, again, I don't care what, like I'm just here for theory crafting. If none of you guys, like I have some Hedron coming out of a stake, the price is lower, so I can go and buy a HSI, and it's technically like a loss because I bought it at 2.7. But I'm not doing all of it. I'm going to do like a quarter of my Hedron, or like 20% or so, and I'm going to go into the Icosa pool with some of my Hedron by buying an HSI. Maybe barely get a discount, right? And I'm going to stake that. And if none of you guys go and do that, I get 4 times more pool power of the super asset that none of you guys want to sell. And I get a bigger portion of the pool. And so that means I get more of the yearly Hedron.
I think that Mike is probably a hexagon, first off, that has a large mintable Hedron availability, and is trying to
come on.
a lot of you guys from the Hedron pool.
I miss big payday, bro. I miss big payday. My buddies are the ones who did so good. My one buddy, I think he has like he never showed me all his wallets, obviously, but I saw one of them, and like, dude, the dude has thousands of shares and a 10x bonus. Like, I didn't get shit.
Yeah, bro. I know a guy that pulled up to one of my other investor buddies' house with $600,000 in his fucking passenger seat. That was his first entry into Hex when it was pre-penny. So
Wow.
these guys are like, there's about 10 of them that I know that live in the town that I live in, and you guys would have no fucking idea, right? They're all business owners. They ask me how things are happening. They don't even look at their own stuff. They have no idea of what all this stuff that they don't know about Hedron. They don't know about Icosa. They don't know about all these other things. I mean, I could go tell them about it. I do tell them about it, but they're so busy, right? They're like, I made my investment back 2.5 years ago with Hex. It's worked out real good, real fucking good for me, apparently. So I'm here. I'm just gonna stay there, right? And
For
these
a
guys
second
are.
there, for a second there, I thought you were keeping your friends out of the project to stop them from diluting us.
Hell no. I mean, well, I mean, you would think that would be like a tactic or some shit like that, but I try to do my best to remain in the neutrality zone, to know that I don't know who any individual is, but I want to present at least some sort of commentary that would fit the narrative for everybody. So then I can't take my own personal feelings and on how I would like to be, I guess, selfish in that respect, to go that one route with it, which is why I was just poking fun at Mike right there. That was all. I know that he knows that I was just kidding with him on that. I know his situation. But yeah, like I know a couple of hex sharks that, like, they could sell hex to 0 tomorrow, and they could keep selling it to 0 tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, and the day after. They don't pay attention to this shit. They really don't.
You guys want to hear something interesting? I've been telling Mike for probably a little while now that I'm pretty much exhausted all my funds. But oddly enough, every other week, I keep getting money from God knows where. Like today, I just got a check from a company that owed me money, and I freaking was clueless about it. And it's a decent chunk, and I'm like, good God! And it's right at the bear market. It's perfect timing too. It's like, so this has been a really good year for me. I gotta say.
Dude, I've heard those stories from people that are in the hex ecosystem more than any other time when markets were bad. Like, people are making a fucking killing in the bear market, and it's just crazy, like, to watch all these people, like, not people, but exchanges suiciding themselves over all these situations, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, years ago, I told myself I'm going to be making a lot of money when people are going to get wrecked, and I've been preparing for something like this for, say, for the better part of 15 years now. So it's starting to pay off. But it's exciting times for sure.
Doesn't it irk you just a little bit when somebody comes in and they're like, I don't know anything about hex. I know you hear you guys talking about it every once in a while. I don't really know anything about it, but I just started buying Icosa as soon as I heard about it. And this yield is fucking awesome. Like, check this out. Isn't it just like a little bit? You're like, how the fuck did you slip through all these cracks? How the fuck in God's name did you not end up in some centralized bullshit exchange with some other crap somewhere like everybody else does, and you landed like perfectly comfortably in this community, and you have a totally different view on what crypto is? Believe me, right now, nobody has this positive mentality with crypto like what we do as a community, so they fall in quite comfortably. But I mean, if you start talking about all the wrecked shit and all the other stuff that's happening, like, if you were to tell them that previous to any investments into crypto at all, they probably would have never even touched any of it at all. But then they just fall into here. They're just like, yeah, I just bought Hex. I didn't even know it. I've never dealt with Bitcoin. I've never dealt with this or that or the 15,000 other things on the Ethereum network. And here I am, guys, making money. And you're like,
How many cycles have you been in?
This will be my second cycle for investing, so probably about a little over a decade and a half.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I just keep thinking. I've been through a bunch of cycles, and I've been burned in a bunch of projects. Yeah, I even got burned in Bitcoin mining scams, and so I've pretty much done it all. But I remember the worst, I guess, bear that I had was probably 2017. I was like, it was just like depressing for the first year of the bear market, and but this whole time now in this bear market, I've been super chill, super relaxed. And then when Icosa came out, it got even better. I was excited with accumulating hex, and staking hex, and then the perpetuals and Icosa came out, and it's just been super, super nice.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's all
I can't imagine what it must be like for the other guys. Oh, actually, I can't imagine. For the other projects that are getting wrecked, and that's most of them, sadly.
yeah. Yeah. I don't know. At least we're gonna make it. We'll make it just fine.
Yeah, the numbers that Mike was spitting out there, I mean, seem like ridiculous. But I know they're feasible because I mean, even in my own portfolio, I'm looking at the potential, and I'm like, wow. I'm not gonna say the numbers that I'm looking at, but shit, I mean, it's more money than I've ever had. So,
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. And then some of those deals that you can actually find on those auctions, boy, oh boy, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Until you work yourself into a Hedron frenzy where you're like, nope, I can't, because the speculative part of your mind starts to get takes your psychology and puts it in right probably in the place that it should be. Like, what if? Like, I don't want to fuck myself with that shit. I don't want to be the guy that had 100 million hex and then got rid of it.
yeah, I got a little bit of time to play with it before I jump in. I got to wait till my Hedron stake comes out. But what does anybody have a good tutorial that's somewhat comprehensive that I can take a look at on YouTube or wherever?
You can start with the exclamation mark media in the Icosa chat. There's a lot of videos that are there for basic stuff. And then I think that like there's so many damn videos that we can't add it to the media thing anymore because it would just be too many. So there are some people out there that that continue to do other videos, but
Yeah, I'll look into it. I got a couple months to play with it, so
it's good. Yeah, keep coming back to listening to Mike's take on some of the things. I'm sure that even his view will change over a period of time as he derives more statistics and sees these types of things. And I think that he may, after tonight, in my explanation with the Hedron guys, with the sharks and the dolphins, the sharks and the whales, may start to purport the statistics on both pools as to which one has an advantage and which one's losing that advantage. So
at current
Yeah,
prices, it costs $10,600 to be a shark. If you restake and you can hold a shark position, we're talking billions of Hedron every year. Billions.
are you talking about a shark for Hedron or for Icosa?
A shark for Icosa. 10,600 or so, maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
10,000 fiat or sorry, or Icosa tokens.
10,000, like 600, probably like $11,000.
$11,000. Okay. Cool. So I got my work cut out.
compounded yield that you get can at least build you on your way to be able to get to those positions, which Mike has been talking about, which is very highly advantageous for your position.
Yeah, we're early enough that I think, I mean, striving to be at least a dolphin on both projects shouldn't be too difficult for most people.
Well, I
I mean, it's
originally had the
doable.
opinion. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's doable.
I had the original opinion. I'm like, I think that the Icosa pool is too lucrative, and like a big figure was going to come in and like basically like take up all the pool and all the rewards, kind of like God Whale stepped into the Hedron pool. but it looks like so many people don't want to just like buy Icosa now or something, or like sacrifice their hex, especially below our price. So like it looks like they're just going to leave it for us. And since all the sharks are lazy, like Executioner said, they're like super rich and successful. They don't even really care anymore. Like they're not looking.
Yeah, there's probably a couple of players. Like I could tell you what the whales are doing. They're doing everything. Like they're providing liquidity with Icosa and Hex. They're providing liquidity with Hedron and Hex. They're providing liquidity with USDC and Hedron, USDC and Icosa, USDC and Hex, with ETH and Hex, with ETH and ETH and Hedron, with ETH and Icosa. They are participating in the Icosa pool. They are buying auctions. They have made Watsas. They are also taking and minting their Hedron and putting it into the Hedron pool to mitigate all of their risks altogether. Because those plays there with their numbers that they're getting are fucking retarded. It's just retarded in such a good way. Such a good way for them that even if they made any mistakes, which those particular players that are that big, the whales that are paying attention, are mitigating almost every last drop of risk that you could possibly ever present yourself, and be able to envelop your assets to continue to garner more yield no matter what you did with it. The only thing that you're not doing with it is holding it liquid unless you had potential to do something with it to garner more available assets with what you had, which, I mean, this ecosystem is exactly that. You don't have to sell it.
Have you seen
you can do
exactly? Have you seen the God's Wells wallet? Is Hedron stack? It's like now around 4 million Icosa. He just got. I mean, reward. Just in what, 100 days? 110 days? So 4 million.
Yeah, what does he make a day? Is it
yeah, because it's around 14,000 Icosa. Yeah, so let's say it has like 4 million. So with the next big payday, and maybe in 1 year it could be like 10 million a year, you know?
It's fucking crazy, man. You gotta love that shit. And okay, so the God Whale's be doing this particularly smart because they're not having to use a bunch of capital to be able to be involved. Not at all. It's using assets that it already had available to it, and because it's using the protocol, it's obviously going to have millions of dollars of available liquidity to actually participate with more into the community, increasing the liquidity pools. The God Whale doesn't really do all that stuff. Pretty much just participates and then keeps and holds its yield. Doesn't really do a whole lot. As far as I notice, it probably has some wallets that a lot of us haven't put our fingers on that actually does provide liquidity somewhere within the ecosystem. I
got a quick question for you.
Yeah,
excuse me. I'm sorry. Finish your thought. Sorry.
I think I'm pretty well done. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to. I know this is probably a stupid question, but is Icosa a finished product already? Like,
yes.
Are there any plans to add anything else to it, or are we pretty much done?
It's immutable. So the only thing that I could see from, I hate to speculate on things and then watch it happen like I knew something ahead of time, because I don't. But you know how Hex is immutable, right? And then
Yeah.
Alex made Hedron on top of it. And then you had HSIs that you can tokenize and move from wallet to wallet. And then you got this other asset for just participating. Well, now you have Icosa that's also an immutable contract. So let's imagine that Hex didn't exist at all, and Hedron didn't exist at all, and there was just Icosa, and this is what we did here. And let's say you built another Hedron on top of Icosa, where you could, instead of having individual stakes per wallet, that you could have individual stakes that you can tokenize and keep them all huddled into one wallet, just like you currently could do with HSIs, right? So instead of being like kept to this one stake per wallet, you could like maybe do the same thing that Alex has already done, because Alex has already done it. But as far as like anything else, like borrowing or having another asset for like what Hedron was on top of Icosa, like as far as what I can tell, like these things have been done before. So I can only go as far as be like, well, maybe that could happen again. But if it could be extrapolated any further, I don't know, because there's like so many things. Alex has opened up this Pandora's fucking box, in my opinion, when it came to creating Hedron on top of Hex, because now, since we know he's technically capable, he could do that with any fucking thing.
Yeah, the
So
only reason why I bring it up is because I was hoping that this project could mature a little more before we start tinkering with it a little more.
Sure, absolutely. As far as I know, as far as like what Alex has actually said, is that he has no intentions on doing any of that, right? And he didn't. And there was nothing specific like what I was just getting into. I'm just just making the point that hey, it's happened before, so who's to say that it can't happen again, right? To add more functions or add more stuff, but to like think that all of a sudden Alex is going to be like, oh, I could have added all these functions already. I mean, I just made the thing. I could have just done this. So probably highly not going to happen.
I'm sure we're going to have copycats, though. I mean, I think that's inevitable. I mean, look at
Maybe.
all the copycats of Hex.
Well, I mean, maybe like 2 or 3 years down the road, when Icosa, like Hex is now 6 years old, Icosa is now 3 years old. Hedron would at that point be technically 6 years old, just as old as Hex is at that time, because he did do the favor and rolled it all the way back to day one Hex for the availability for your mintable Hedron. So technically, day one of Hedron is day one of Hex. That maybe at that time, after you've had an established community available to do all these things and understand it all without having too many questions, then maybe it would be a pertinent thing to have Alex build on to new things to add more stuff, because now it's 3 years later, and like the mentality of the things that we want and the things that we need is a lot more clear now, right? Because all this stuff is brand new. Maybe those things just aren't as clear. As far as a development perspective, not even a community perspective, just a development perspective. So, I mean, to say that it's done, I'd have to say, as far as Alex says, yes, that this is what we have now is what we're going to get. And this is it, except for the Wattses obviously having the art, which the deadline is in 2 days on December 8th. And then those things are going to happen. And we already have copycats. We already have a fucking copycat, someone who's copycatting everything that we're doing. And it's Jack Levin. That's how good these projects are, is that he has copycatted everything that Alex has done onto Zen.
Except for the game theory.
Yeah, the auctions and the rest of that stuff. It's just pretty much slapped on stakes that can be transferred and have an art piece attached to it. Which, I mean, who knows if he develops the thing any further or not. I do not pay attention to that stuff. Not to say that I didn't go there and start a wallet and then find out very quickly that it was dumb. I mean, you can.
Same.
You can.
I just stopped it as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Solik. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying the same like you. I just did some and I just stopped it when I realized like it was really shit, Anyway.
Yeah, I tried to start a wallet, and for some reason it didn't go through, and I thought, maybe it's a sign. So I completely abandoned the idea. But I mean, if I'm wrong about their project, and down the line, or what was it, 8 years or whatever the heck, they start to do well, hey, hats off to you. But from my perspective, the way I currently see what they're offering, it doesn't make sense to me. So
You can't catch them all, even if it is successful a decade, 8 years down the road. It's 8 years away. You can't guess them all. You can't catch them all. Pokemon.
well, the other thing too is if I'm making money now, if you're making money now, I mean, I don't know. I'd rather make money now than 8 years from now.
Sure, and it's like even with the whole Zen thing too. Like I have a bunch of wallets, but I just plan on doing just that. Like maybe in 8 years, it'll turn into something, and then hey, I don't have to be involved. I don't have to be involved with it for 8 years. Great, I come back to it in 8 years. If it's worth money, I'm gonna dump the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I guess if you're just dipping your toe in, but I know a lot of people went pretty heavy.
Dude,
Yeah, I don't know anything about the. I don't know anything about the NFT thing though. I didn't even take a single glance at that. I don't even know nothing.
I watched somebody on the very first day put in 100 ETH and pretty much lost it all within an hour.
Ouch.
Oops.
Well, I know crypto in general is cultish, but when I'm hearing phrases and I know these guys aren't that technical, from younger guys that are into gaming, they're using phrases like, "Hey, it's just for fun." What's the big deal? It's just for fun. I'm like, I'm out. That's I'm making money.
That's an honest signal that the project's now going nowhere.
Yeah, they're using extremely vague language like, oh, so what? I mean, it's not always about money. What do you mean it's no crypto is about money? I mean, so I don't know. But I've been around, I've been burned enough to, my spidey senses just like said, nah, I can skip this one. And I'm gonna skip probably a couple hundred in the next couple of months too. So I'm okay with that.
Bruh, for sure. A couple hundred for sure. I think that there was something that was on Twitter that was like the adoption for every year across all of the L1s that are there is somewhere around an average of like 1,000 projects that appear every year. 1,000, and they're all garbage.
It's probably accelerating.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the catchphrase, I mean, everybody's copying what Richard Hart did, is like, oh, a sacrifice. Oh, as long as it's got sacrifice in it, I guess it's good.
Dude, even the news media on financial news media are using the term, not your keys, not your coins. And they're not even saying it right. They say oh my God, they fuck it up so many different ways from Sunday. It's hilarious too. They don't use the terms, not your keys, not your coins. So it's kind of funny. They're like, you guys need to get out of this. And for that, talking about, okay, so what was it? They were saying the thing about Canada where the Bitcoiners went there to try to help the farmers that were having their digital assets shut off. So what they did instead is they went to the centralized exchanges and told the centralized exchanges that they needed to take those particular wallets that was getting that Bitcoin and shut off their buttons so they weren't available to actually move those assets around, which it worked. It worked, right? And then the guy was like, so how do we avoid this? I think it was Tucker Carlson or some shit. And he was like, so how do we avoid that from happening? And the guy didn't even give him the answer. Didn't even give him any answer at all. He started talking about decentralized wallets. We'll just go get into a decentralized wallet. That's not a way to onboard and offboard. It's not. That isn't the answer. You just totally diverted the question and went into this other thing. And it's like the question that he asked was a very pertinent one. and you avoided it and you failed. Like Richard Hart would not have avoided that. He would not have failed. And they're talking to the wrong people when it comes to these news media outlets that talk about these things, Fox News and the financial forums that they have. It's just, ugh. Maybe one day they'll figure it out. Dude, I still have these motherfuckers from these centralized exchanges trying to promote centralized exchanges to me about getting Icosa involved and Hedron involved with their community. And they're like, all you need to do is just send assets to you don't have to, what did he say? What did he say? He says, if it comes to listings, we all know that the most exchanges ask for listing fee, and with our connections, you will have a discount for this, and you won't need to send us a penny, only to the exchange. And I'm like, bro, like we don't have a marketing firm that holds a large amount of assets in this dowry where we can go give it to a fucking exchange. And why the fuck would we do that in the first place? Right. So I was like, pretty nice, told him that we don't need your discounts. You can go buy the shit from all the nice people that are involved in the community from uniswap.org. Here's the contract address. And then he went on further. He's like, well, I mean, you could just list on centralized exchanges so that Icosa can broaden its community and it'd be cheaper through us. And then like right then, I'm like, I went into the reason why decentralized exchanges are the champions versus the centralized exchanges right now, because they're all suiciding themselves and burning themselves down because of this over leveraging that they've done. And
Not only that, I'm sorry. Finish your thought.
Well, the only way to stop these guys would be like, all right, let me tell you about Icosa. Let me tell you about Hedron. Let me tell you about Hex. Let me tell you about these auctions. Let me tell you about this. Let me tell you why the community doesn't want you involved. And these are all the reasons why, right? And so without doing all that, I'm pretty much trying to be as nice as I possibly can and as neutral as I can about the thing, to be like, look, no, it's fine, right? And these guys aren't scammers, right? These are like actual legitimate fucking promoters for all these things. And then he's like, nevertheless, centralized exchanges are helping community, and the idea of reserves may show it. Thus, nowadays, they attract new members to the crypto community. And it's like, fuck, now he's forcing me to have to, like, the only way to get these guys off my back is to be rude, right? Or just delete them and mute them. Or, like, tell them how this shit works. And it would probably be the end result if I did take the time to educate them on how all this stuff works, tell them about the OA, the SA, all the things that ever happened. I mean, this dude was in for a fucking punch in the face when he talks to me, because I'm going to have 24 hours of commentary, and there ain't nothing he's ever going to be able to say with what he promotes and what he does that's going to make him feel very good to be part of the conversation in the very first place. Right. And then at the end result, he's going to have two options. Oh, fuck, I never should have talked to this guy. Or, oh, fuck, I should be doing this myself.
Yeah, it sounds to me like, it's like we're the car when it first got started. And these guys are the salesmen for the buggy and whip tow trucks. We need them till we don't. And I hope that's the case.
Yeah. I don't know. There's some pretty, like right now, our community is less worried about, especially in the bear market. Like it's a lot easier to onboard people when they see green candles. So we'll just wait on that shit. We'll just participate in the things that we're doing, be involved with these protocols that we're getting this yield in. We're going to learn and educate ourselves as the people that are currently involved and build that educational structure between us. And then we'll unleash all of our shit onto everybody else when we know that time is right, after the sentiment has changed and it's easier to do all those things and people are more willing to listen. That's just naturally going to happen, in my opinion. When it comes to these centralized exchanges trying to get involved, like, we're past all of that bullshit. We're not even going to be, like, I'm wasting my time even communicating with these people because we're already past all that shit. What we're more involved with now is fixing the onboard, offboard ramping of actual community members and making ease of use a thing. We're so far past, like, speculative shit and knowing how prices are derived and liquidity providing and the rest of that shit. We're moving into the next echelon of fuck the banks in these communities. And I know that because I talk to a lot of people that are in these communities, and the stuff that they're working on it's next level. And it's like, it's not like Fugazi movement bullshit, right? So, I mean, apparently crypto people own banks. So we'll see how that all turns out. It's pretty interesting to hear.
Yeah, I've dabbled in other DeFi projects before, and the very very first ones were so risky. I mean, they literally lasted for like sometimes a week, a couple days, or they're really fly by nights, and they were so unstable. And I'd like to, like you mentioned that we're in a different phase now. I'm thinking we're more in the stable DeFi phase going forward, and I think a lot of projects are going to be copying us, or even organically they might just start to stabilize themselves as well, because everybody copies everybody. So it's I think it's exciting times.
I'm sure that I'm sure that they will try, but the hardest thing that they're going to have to do is the uphill battle of education. You cannot copy paste the community, so it's going to be tough for them. Good luck trying. Everybody else that tried to, our underlying asset is Hex, right? It's where we were able to derive a lot of any value that we have available to even have a lot of these conversations in the first place.
Yeah.
The code, the primary code for Hex is not an easy one. It is not. And that is the reason why everyone who ever tried to copy Hex at all has failed. Because it just simply doesn't work.
The other thing, too, is it's harder to onboard Hexicans into this. I was one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first heard of Hedron, I thought it was garbage. I'll be honest with you, and I just held on to it, and I thought, what, maybe I'll throw in a few pennies into it, and I'm absolutely glad I did.
Yeah, now listen to you. Now you're like, yeah. I absolutely love my Hedron. I don't want you to fucking touch it. Don't talk about it. Don't look at it. Just stay away from it.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely a believer. It's funny, getting paid makes you a believer.
It's true. Especially in a bear market. Imagine if the sentiment had changed. Imagine what we never did. We never really had the bear market come in when it did. And Bitcoin did its whole thing to 100K. You know what's something that I saw the other day that was really, really interesting was the national debt for the United States is somewhere around, like, overall, including Social Security and other socialist things that they have. I think there's only 2 of them. Social Security and Medicaid. It pushes the entire U.S. debt to somewhere around $200 trillion. $200 trillion. And that was cool to look at just to see. But the things that were shocking was that every U.S. resident carries a debt of about $500,000. Even a newborn baby carries that $500,000 debt on their head. And then another thing that was pointed out that I thought was really interesting is that there's only 22 million millionaires in the United States. 22 million millionaires. And what they correlated, which I thought was the most interesting of looking at all these statistics, was there's only 21 million Bitcoin. And they said, think of that after we just showed you all these stats and what Bitcoin can do in the reality of all the information you have, all the information you know, all the stuff that you've heard, the FUD, the good, the bad, the ugly, all the stuff, is that it would only be available for the 22 million millionaires that if the price was to be a subjective value, that they would only be able to, each individual one of them, own 1 Bitcoin, and that's it between all of them. And it would be $1 million. which would drag up everything that's attached to it up with it. All of it. Hex, Hedron, Icosa, XRP, some silly, stupid shit you just heard about yesterday are all going to get drug up in value because they're all attached to Ethereum, which is heavily attached to Bitcoin, which is heavily attached to the macro markets. And this is why legacy finance is jumping into these things. Something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love dropping those hammers down on you guys and just be like, all right, good night. I'm going to bed.
There's definitely something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, people don't look at statistics like those types of things and then actually derive like relevant understanding of what it is. But I think what I just said to you guys there, I think it's like wrapping around in your heads. I think you guys know exactly what I was saying right there.
Even though my 2-hour rant on how good the Hedron yield is in the Icosa pool, it had a mic drop. It was just 2 hours to hit the floor.
I still like your mic drops because your name's Mike and it's a literal mic drop. So I like it.
Well, thank you guys. I learned a lot tonight.
Cocky, do it. Go take some Hedron. Icosa steak.
Well, I might hold off till the weekend. I'm looking at the charts. I still think Icosa could drop a little further. You guys don't think so?
Oh, I'm not telling you when or anything. I'm just saying find a time frame that works for you and then go stake some Icosa.
Yeah, I actually just unstaked my Hedron. I gotta tell you, I got a nice Icosa yield just from that. So no, I
Imagine
agree
if
with you guys. Hedron, yeah,
Icosa when you did it though.
yeah. So Hedron's been very good to me. And but no, I got a little bit of, like I said, I got a little bit of dry powder, but I want to wait a couple days, see what the markets
Oh
do.
yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Definitely the markets are definitely up, so I think that like being patient's good. Wait, Bitcoin 17, Ethereum 12.25. Ethereum's not doing too bad. Still looks
Yeah, I
like a
just
death
find it
trap though.
really. I'm just not really sold on that we hit the bottom already in Bitcoin. I still think we got a couple of days. Maybe past the 15th. I don't know. I still think we got. Go ahead.
I think that you have the correct sentiment there, Cocky. I would say that there's probably maybe 45 days or more left for sentiment to be set in a way that financial advisors would actually start to change their speaking terms on the markets. So yeah, I think you're right. Within 45 days, you could have a lot of blood hit the floor, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was underestimating this whole FTX thing. I think it might be bigger than even I think. So, and then there's a
Doesn't
possibility
that
of
scream
future drop.
2008 crisis? It just screams 2008 crisis. They all have like fucking debts to each other and shit like regular banks.
That's true. We got yeah. I hadn't even considered that. You're right.
Executioner, you were saying min 45 days or max 45 days? We'll kind of see what's going to happen.
I think that the sentiment for the Fed had changed course where they started reducing the interest rates as opposed to increasing the interest rates. Was the beginning of the 90-day sentiment change where people would actually justifiably say that yes, they believe the sentiment from the bear market is changing to more of a bullish sentiment. But you have to get 90 full 3 months, 90 full days of them continuing that same path of reducing those interest rates, which I mean, we've heard a lot of talk about Fed pivots and all sorts of shit, but I mean, it's all fugazi crap, right? It's like there to keep you confused in the first place, so you don't have that advantage. But I mean, for the financial people that I talk to, I believe that I was even in a Twitter, listening to a Twitter space that Buckfut did, and it was like fucking 5 a.m. or some shit, and he laid down like some really great statistics at that point in time, and it was like the morning that the sentiment had changed. Like we were up at 5 a.m, 7 o'clock in the morning happened, and the paperwork had hit for what the Fed was going to release, and they actually reduced the interest rates, and immediately the market started to go up, and we haven't seen much of a sentiment change from that. As you can see, that all the markets have recovered. The DJI, the Dow Jones, and the other markets are almost to their all-time highs again. I think there were somewhere close the other day to like 10% away from being at those changes. So as long as we continue to see these things happening from the Fed for, I believe that it's another 45 days or something like that, and they don't pivot and they continue with what they're doing, then you're going to see at that point in time talk of sentiment changing. But if they start increasing those rates again, and they don't start printing money, and they don't start doing the stuff that they should be doing to try to save the economy, which I think that almost everybody is under the same understanding that they're going to have to turn these things back on and do this again so they don't ruin the economy. They're going to have to do these things. So it's just going to pump our bags when they do. When exactly? I don't know. Is the sentiment going to stay the same? I don't know. We'll still need to have another month and a half or so, maybe even a little bit longer, since, like all this shit is happening in these markets, and the wars and all the other stuff. I don't really know. I don't really think that the wars and all the other stuff is really going to do a whole lot to the markets. The markets are the ones that push those things to happen in the first place, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of those things are priced in.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. And do you think when we see these changes and the sentiment, do you think it's going to be reflected first on the traditional markets or crypto markets? Traditional first, right?
Almost immediately the traditional markets. Yeah, almost as soon as they provide that actionable, we've had 3 months of the same sentiment, which is more bullish than bearish, then it's almost fucking immediate. You'll notice that everything, it'll be a too late marker for a lot of people. Like you missed out type shit.
All right. And last question, man. Regarding Richard's call that, we're going to wick down a 10. It's a different cycle too, and it might not be exactly the same as other cycles. So you still believe in that 10K wick?
Oh, bro, like this, you might be right in that this cycle might be a little bit different, because it might be 95% that it goes down or more instead of 85%.
You think we're going? It's towards the lower end, instead of the higher end, let's say?
We have a lot. Okay, maybe. So check this out. I got this little theory that's going on, considering that there's been like 6 or 7 Bitcoin billionaires that have died randomly in the past 2 years. That's a lot of Bitcoin that isn't going to be sold any longer. And it might be to front run the Mt. Gox situation and the seizures of the United States government that are going to sell all of that Bitcoin. So I think that you have Bitcoin to take hits from the over leveraging of stolen assets from their users is going to ripple effect to Bitcoin and everything else. You do have a good chance of hitting that 85% before we do make that bounce in crypto, because crypto is the one that's shitting on itself all over the place right now. It's not the macro markets, right? The macro markets are actually doing better, and everything else is still being shat on in crypto. So I think that if all those billionaires dying has no reflective effect, and you still have a 10K thing happen for Bitcoin, then the and pray part of the 10K and pray is very pertinent. Very pertinent. Meaning that
it makes sense.
Yeah, it could go lower for sure. They probably need to kill a couple more billionaires so that way you don't have to worry about them front running Mt. Gox and the United States government selling theirs and making their profits on it.
You just made a big selling point for a new mixer.
Yeah, I don't know. For companies doing business and stuff like that, like the United States isn't too fucking worried about that stuff, right? So they don't care whether people in the United States use mixers or not. But like Brazil and those other countries that are utilizing Bitcoin, like they're not being stopped from using those types of things. They could still continue to be anonymous with their employees' pay and their own pay and things like that. So it's not really disruptive when it comes to those things. It might be disruptive in the mind of the United States citizen, which I am one. But like I said, at least in this community, I'm seeing a fervent amount of activity where maybe potentially in the future on some of these things that may be coming out soon that I can't speak on, unfortunately, may be a way to be able to sidestep all the regulations of the United States government and still be a United States resident without living in the fucking Bahamas or Turks and Caicos or some other random fucking island.
Yeah, I'm sure there are ways. I mean, we were talking about it the other day. I think the most important thing is just accumulate as much as you can, and then figure it out once you first get the money, and then worry about what maneuvers you got to make.
Yeah. We'll see how it all works. Like I said, I'm still waiting on information for that stuff. Could be pretty neat.
So how do you see that new bank that Hexagons are trying to create for onboarding? I forget what the name of it was.
What?
There's a new bank. Was it a bank or an exchange to onboard people to the banks for Hex? A trust, sorry.
Is that the Hex Investment Trust, or are you talking about the Coast guys?
Well, both actually. I mean, what's your opinion on those projects?
I think the Hex Investment Trust is for wealthy people, because you won't be accepted unless you actually have a large enough stake. I think you need to have like somewhere around 100K or more to even qualify for that type of thing. I've only really got a lot of the information when it comes to those things back when it was new and they were going through a lot of the paperwork that information was scarce to be able to get in the first place. But I do know that there was like a pre-qualifying, you need to have a certain amount of money to even fall into the category of even being able to use that in the first place. The stable token onboard offboard ramp with the Coast thing, as far as what I've heard, even Richard has been looking at it.
It's like a hybrid form of banking. I guess they're going to create you put in your fiat and then they create a stable token, and then but they're not what do you call it? They're not holding it for you. What do you call it? So there's no conflict of interest. So once you get the stable token, you can do whatever the heck you want with it. So I guess out of sight, out of mind.
Like, how does it manage itself? Like, if I put in 100 grand and let's say I got wrecked for 50K, and then I'm like, fuck this shit, and I get out, and then I take 50K of the 100K that I originally put in, and now it just sits in that, the 50K of it just sits in that account, right? That I can't offboard because it's already, it was already utilized, right, on other assets that I had purchased with it. And then the adverse, what if I put in 100K and then I end up 10xing that 100K. Now I got $1 million, and I want to come back out of that same bank account that only had 100K in there without them having access of a pool of all the funds to be able to make up the other 900,000 that I would require to be able to get out. How are they going to manage that? Right. I get the individual account thing. But there needs to be a way to be able to have a pool of assets to be able to satisfy everyone's needs and allow for people to get wrecked too. I mean, obviously. So I don't know. I need more information on that.
Yeah.
Like, I believe that they know what they're doing and they know what they're talking about and all those things. So I'm not really worried, I guess, about a lot of that stuff until there's a reason to be worried. Like, there's always going to be the thing that you look at and you're like, negative externality, how is it fixed? And then when they don't answer you, you're like, nope. Generally, right? At that point in time, it takes very little investigation to be like, fuck that. I can't risk not $1 with a non-answer because it's pertinent to my money. This is my money. This is more, I'll tell you one thing. If you come up to me physically front to front and you try to stick your hand in my pocket to grab my money, you're going to leave my pocket with one less fucking hand. Period. So that's I will always take that very seriously. And also the same thing with your money too. Right? Like, if
you earned enough, you have to have that attitude.
Yeah, it's very important. So I mean, I don't know. I think that those guys do take that shit very seriously. So I'd like to. I'm interested in what they are doing, and see how they get around a lot of this stuff, because I think they're smart enough to know and to figure all that stuff out. Right? Like, I'm in some of the other chats where they talk about these types of things, like the guys that are building Pulse Chain. Like, they talk about these types of things, but even they end up in this neutral zone where they're like, here's a great idea. And then one of the other guys that knows a lot of stuff comes in and he's like, but what about all this shit? And it's like, all the good ideas that you just said are now neutralized by all these other things that the other guy just brought up that are very important things that the other guy just didn't acknowledge because maybe he didn't know enough. Now he knows enough.
That reminds me of the I don't know if you remember when Richard Harder was having the Twitter Spaces with an executive from some central bank, and the guy was trying to chastise Richard for talking bad about governments, and so he was trying to point out how central banks have done a lot of good things for the world, and then Richard pointed out, well, they do print a lot of money, and they're diluting the money that's in your pocket. So if you have a grandmother, they're actually sticking their money into their hand in her pocket and making her money less worth every day. So something to that effect. I thought that was beautiful.
Yeah. Anybody who has a savings account is losing value. And the way that you can tell that is because a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper went from $3 to $9 in the past 6 months. Grandma can't buy no more fucking Dr. Pepper. Hell, grandma could barely afford to buy bread with all the savings that she had. And she worked her whole fucking life to be able to get some of this money, which I'm telling you guys, we got maybe about 30 fucking years until it's unsustainable for Social Security. Probably less. Probably less.
Yeah, that's why I know everybody's talking about trying to make big yield, and that's great. But part of the reason why I'm so excited about this community, well, crypto in general, is that I see it as a survivability mission, because Fiat, as it stands, it's not it's not a good thing to be in. The old saying was, cash is king, but the reality is cash is trash. You know,
But my question is, yeah, I agree with you 100%. But the other alternative right now is crypto, right? And what about its volatility? Like, when are we gonna be able to manage that volatility so we could actually use crypto as a means of exchange and not get diluted as we always do?
That's a good question. You don't find a whole lot of stability in crypto unless it's backed by actual cash.
Exactly.
So as soon as all the legacy finance guys that manipulate all the major markets get in, then maybe you will have no choice but to have one CBDC. I'm just calling it CBDC just because it's generalized understanding for everybody. That's not to scare or whatever. It's just a name, right? That is backed by every dollar that's ever existed, because everybody's going to have to deal with, in some sort of way, digital assets, period, in their banks, through their investments, through everything. And that's not to say that money, cash, like physical dollars, will go away. I think the physical money will always be there, always, because they got to hide their shit too.
well, I like the saying, "Trade the market you have, not the market you wish you had." So, like even currently, like let's say we get a nice bull run in the next couple of years, and nothing changes as far as the on ramps go. You can off ramp into gold and silver property. You can off ramp into solid objects, into solid, you know, yeah, into solid objects. So you don't have to leave all your money in crypto. So I don't know. That's what I plan to do. I don't want to leave everything in crypto. You never know what the particular asset's going to do for forever. But it's profitable now. I don't know what it's going to do in 10 years, but uh, you know, I do plan to diversify a little bit.
Of course, of course. And what about stable coins? Because I know there's been a lot of talk of USDT. Richard likes DAI as well, but I think they all have the big risks too, right? Like, what are your guys' opinions on stable coins?
USDT doesn't have any ledgers to prove that they have any backing for any other assets, which is a huge deal, in my opinion. Because for many, many years, a lot of people have been saying that USDT is probably one of the more understandable assets that is more willing to do nefarious shit. So now that we have these centralized exchanges and stable coins that are not so stable, that everything's having a microscope put underneath it, that USDT is going to have to pay politicians to look the other way, which they probably could do, accept defeat and allow for those centralized, the legacy finance guys to come in and take them over, or they're going to have to fail. I think part of the 10K and pray is part of the maybe the failure of Tether.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And also, well, I'm hearing just rumors that Binance owns a lot of Tether, and since they've already been a little bit outspoken about how they're not too fond of Tether, the fear is that they might dump a bunch of their Tether into the market and bring the price down. So I'm just staying away from Tether in general. So,
Yeah.
but then USDC is not that great of an alternative either because they have developers keys, right? So they can shut down your wallet if you want to, right? So,
I think the USDC is more what the legacy finance guys are looking at because of the control that they can have over it. The reasons why big entities like BlackRock have gotten the partnerships that they have with Coinbase to be able to have a holding of all those assets and to be able to garner more availability where they have it in their hands is to scare people with all these stable tokens where they get rid of those stables and send it back into, cash out, right? Cash out, sell your USDC for dollars, go back into your bank. Now they hold all the USDC. That gives them the power to be able to use all that USDC however they want. And I think it will survive. I think USDC is probably the more intriguing one for them to take to control people with. It's already built into it. So
What do you think about BUSD?
That's the Binance stable token, is that correct?
Yeah.
It's probably good because I've heard nothing about it. It's probably fine. What's holding its value?
Well, supposedly
B&B?
Binance has, but I think that supposedly they released proof of I forget what they call it, proof of backing, or I don't know what the hell it was called, but the exact terminology.
Proof of reserves.
Reserves.
Yeah, proof of reserve.
Thank you. Yes, proof of reserve.
So they actually have backing that they prove. So I mean,
what I can see, yes.
And it's probably good. I mean, CZ seems to like really actually give a fuck about what he's doing. I just don't like Binance. I mean, I don't like Binance because it's garbage. But like, I don't have a problem with CZ. I think he actually cares about a lot of this stuff, and he's smart dude too. So it doesn't even take him much to look at something and then know whether it's bullshit or not. But you notice like Ethereum doesn't. Other protocols use Ethereum to try to create stability by using Ethereum, but Ethereum doesn't.
Why do you guys think the liquidity stablecoin doesn't get as much traction? Because it's a truly decentralized one.
There's probably just too many other options that people aren't aware of to know that they're like maybe risking whatever availability for it.
Yeah, I thought after the Luna collapse, like the collapse of that stablecoin, everyone's like, we need a more decentralized option. It would get more adoption, but it hasn't. It's kind of sitting there.
Too many
people are sheep.
Yeah, too many centralized things garnering the sheep to go this other direction instead until they fail. Because you got to remember that they were like taking shitty positions that they had where they were over leveraged, probably not the best word. They were over collateralized. And the funds that they used to over collateralize themselves was their users' funds. So they were taking the users' funds as they were putting it into these protocols, giving them fake assets in the first place. It made them feel comfy where they were at when they shouldn't have. And then they were putting that money on another exchange's ledger to make it look like the other exchange had money, while that other exchange was taking their money and putting it on the other one's ledger to make it look like they had money when they didn't. And it also made it was fake volume too. So after the Luna thing, which I think was an FTX thing, that they did that, and then the next one and the next one and the next one, and it was all FTX that did all of it. It was Sam Bankman-Fried that did all of that, and Alameda with his girlfriend, and the SEC. They did all of it. The whole fucking shebang was all them. And then now the rest of it needs to play out, fall out, and then it'll be done.
You know, the crazy thing that just kills me is that guy's walking around free, but he's also not canceled.
He was the pawn, right? It wasn't all his idea.
When you think about all the people that have gotten canceled, on social media and everything, and this guy just literally screws over millions of people, and he's
because it's democratic. Because it's democratic ties. Because look at his ties to the Democratic Party. It's simple as that.
Yeah, it is clapping and telling him how he's a great person. It's just sickening.
Yeah. It's pretty gross.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's reality, though. I mean, it is what it is, right? And that's the reasons why, when it comes to these particular questions, that he plays dumb, right? He doesn't want to answer those questions and pretends like he doesn't have the information, even though he does. He absolutely fucking does. He knows all the private conversations that he had with all these Democrats and paid them all their money to be able to look the other way in the very, very first place, because the committees that were involved were the ones that were complicit with these actions in the first place, that came to him and said, let's do this. He ain't that fucking smart. Are you fucking kidding me? These assholes been fucking us for the last fucking 80 years in the first place in the legacy finance.
Longer than that.
Yeah, longer than that. But I'm talking about Nancy Pelosi and her old ass. Just her.
She's probably 150.
I'm saying.
I don't know. She's pretty smart. I'm pretty sure she handles her own portfolios.
Well, yeah, she can be smart because she can affect the legislation for what gets allowed to be manipulated or not, and then tell her husband that go buy all the semiconductors.
Yeah, pretty much.
Real smart. I mean, I'd be real smart too if I was able to manipulate the markets that way. And then now they're just coming into our markets because they want to be able to extract value and push value around the way that they'd like to. So I think that the market cycles will continue the way that they always had. This isn't going to be the last market cycle that was there. They're going to still continue to do these things. You got to get the sheep to fall into the machine so that you can take the money. They're watching Sam Bankman-Fried, and he was a Ponzi, right? Like they successfully showed how it's done through him. Now they can go ahead and redevelop the process to make it look legitimate, and then just keep culling in the idiots right into the whole fucking killing field over and over and over again, and then take everybody's shit.
You know, the crazy thing is I only have like a high school education, but I mean I'm pretty well read. You know, I read a bunch of books afterwards, but I can figure a lot of this shit out. I for the life of me, it kills me to see college educated people that can't wrap their heads around all this corruption.
They don't want to. They don't want to. These college educated people, well, some of them they believe that they're so fucking smart that you can tell them anything and it wouldn't matter. They've already been,
They've been indoctrinated.
Exactly. At their youngest, they've already been told what to think. So now they think that those ideas are theirs. So now you can tell them no different because they're smarter than you. Remember that in their heads. Until they're not.
I think maybe, I don't know. I know this is an issue with a lot of people. Once they get that diploma, it's like an excuse to stop and not further your education. Because once I got out of high school, I'm I'm not bragging, but I've read a couple hundred books, and some of those books I've gone over them 13 times plus. So it's because I'm fascinated with the subjects, But I know that the average person doesn't read that much, So in some ways, I'm already ahead of them. But whatever.
Yeah, it's better to give like a a good idea of how the systems work to know how the game is played, as opposed to having some asshole telling you the rules of the game, because they may or may not have the full picture, and the rules that they're telling you may just be a way for them to selfishly be able to manipulate you into doing something that's actually better for them. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing that you never get told. You don't get told the rules as they change, and you don't get to know that there isn't. First of all, they want to tell you there is no game being played, that everything's fair, which is bullshit. And the reality is there is a game being played. There are rules being made every day that change, that you can't. If you wanted to fight the power, You needed to figure out how to be the power, and that's it. You can't defeat it. The game is what it is. There's no person there that's going to be available in any respect to actually be the one that changes the game. Those players that have made this game and the rules as we go along have been the same people for eons, and it will not change. Their last names change, but their bloodlines stay the same. You'd probably all be not very shocked to find out where a lot of these people who are the 1% of the 1%, where they actually come from, who their ancestors are. And the
They're
stories.
quite incestuous in a way.
Yeah, yeah, that too. Like literally incestuous.
All right, Nick, relax, Nick. Come on.
I don't think she was talking about Jewish people. I think she was talking about like
No, not at all. I'm talking about the bloodlines.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love
Yes.
I love Rex Pleb's avatar. It cracks me up whenever I see him.
Jim Rat Crypto.
Oh, somebody was showing me earlier today. Jim Rat was bribing people with actual money to retweet his tweet.
Why?
Because he like blackballed himself. It's like people. I haven't followed him forever, but people. I think his viewership's gone down, and people just aren't liking and retweeting his stuff. Simple as that, really. Once Richard kind of gave him, turned his nose to him, that was kind of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people misunderstand Richard, but I absolutely understand him trying to guard his baby. He's, Hex is his baby. Of course he's gonna try to maintain that brand. I know people take it personally, but they shouldn't.
I'd have to agree. Especially when he started shilling Jack Levin's projects that came in and utilized Richard Hart's community as a, springboard. Probably not.
Jack Levin. Yeah, he creeped me out when people asked him a simple question, and it was, it wasn't anything that was going to compromise his project or anything like that. They just simply asked him, "What is your motivation for doing this?" And basically, he danced around the question a bunch of times. Dude, you can't even tell people what your motivation is.
Dude, the very first Hexagon streamer, YouTube streamer that I saw that had Jack Levin on, it was kind of like, it seemed cool at the first. You're like, oh shit, like who doesn't know Jack Levin, right? In like tech industry, everybody knows who he is. Number 20 Google employee. This is kind of neat. Like he's talking about Hex, and he's not involved in crypto like traditionally, like you would expect, right? Like, so I brought it to Nomad Shanty, who's at the bottom of the chat, probably asleep. And it was so funny that the first thing that he said, Nomad said to me when I said, Jack Levin's like talking to Hexicans on YouTube streams. Like I just saw one yesterday, like first one ever. He said, I wonder what he's going to sell to the Hexican community. And it wasn't even fucking 8 days later that like you go look at his page and it had all these hyperlinks to like 3 different websites for different cryptos of his. And I just laughed my ass off and sent it to Nomad. And I was like, dude, you're right. Like you called that one right on the head. And ever since then, I've been very suspicious of what Jack was doing.
Yeah, he shows up out of the nowhere, and all of a sudden, he just so happens to have this nice shiny object in the back of his pocket. Hey, take a look at this.
Plebin.
Yeah, plebin. Right. Just crazy. At least he didn't do a sacrifice, right? He didn't try to take a bunch of hex and dump it on everybody's heads, take a bunch of Hedron, take a bunch of Icosa, Maxi, a bunch of assets that we have to dump on our heads, like a lot of the community members did to us, that you guys aren't even aware of, that you guys don't even pay attention to when you guys participate with these sacrifices, and you guys send in your hex and your other assets, and they tell you that they're not going to sell them, but what do they do with them as soon as they get done? Yes, we track that shit. They sell that shit. And then we go into our DMs and we tell them that they're a bunch of pieces of shit and that we're not gonna blow them up all over the place. But we, as individuals that are paying attention, will not participate in their bullshit.
Oh, dude, you can't just throw us a bone like that and not finish the boss. Like
code.
What?
Yeah, what did Bull say?
Say that again, could you, sir? Something about
just as long as he doesn't call you Hexecutor, I'm cool.
Dude, I got so many DMs after I got off of here last night to just ban that kid and get rid of him because how toxic that he is. And I just defaulted. I was like, look, guys, like I after that particular conversation, and I got my amount of him, that all that I needed for that night, that I could have easily just banned him. I could have just censored him, banned him the hell out of the room, and you notice that I didn't.
You've made a wonderful name for yourself, Executioner, in the way that you deal with people. You let everyone talk, and we definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
It's important.
I told him to send their concerns to Alex. So if he does become banned suddenly and he's not allowed in here, it'll be because of overwhelming amounts of the community telling Alex, this, you got to get rid of this guy, and here's the reasons why. And I told them that. And don't bring it to me. If the guy comes at me, it's literally someone trying to pick up a penny in front of a freight train where I'm the fucking freight train. So it would be really dumb for him to walk down that path, which I think he was trying to, right? When I was like, I'm not usually so bold to make a statement do you know who I am, dude? And then when he was no, but really, then I stepped back a little, right? I didn't just run him over with the freight train. I allowed him some time to get out of the way first, and then be like, well, let me, I could end all of your commentary right now, and I'm going to not do that. So
aside from him kind of going a little too far, well, actually way too far in many different ways, he was also very entertaining. So it was an interesting a number of hours there.
Yeah, I think the problem is that every single time that you have this particular gentleman in a voice chat, that the entertainment doesn't grow, that you continue to get the same value of entertainment from him, and you're probably hearing the same commentary about those things over and over and over again until it gets dry, and then everyone's like, just get him the fuck out of here. Like, we're tired of listening to 2 hours of him talking about how he can play League of Legends.
I hear you.
Yeah, it's like if you didn't notice, I kept coming in and out of the room like abruptly. I sent you a DM too, by the way, Executioner.
Just now?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
There you go. That is a specific.
Oh shit.
Hammer time.
Oh shit.
Yeah, dude. So here you got this guy. And this guy.
But how is the first? But I don't understand. How does the first one have anything to do with it? Oh, okay.
Here. Look at.
Oh, okay, yeah, I knew that part of it.
You guys are
Yeah.
hilarious. I feel so out of the loop.
If I can't say it in public chat is the thing.
It's not. Yeah, it's not even that. It's not even really that big of like kind of like a revelation or anything.
No, it's not. It's just like
It's
if
just,
you wanted to know the truth, there you go. That's it. And it wasn't even that much. I mean, honestly, I say dumping on people's heads. It's like we do more volume per 24 hours than the amount that they had anyway. So it didn't really matter, but it was like they lied. Like they said they weren't, and then they did. So it's like, fuck you, man. Like your integrity just went right out the fucking window. And they're community members, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to blow it up.
Thankfully, it wasn't like an extreme amount of money.
Yeah, only a couple $100K. But still, don't be like, yeah, it's like we're not gonna do that because we're community members and then do that. Like, come on.
Yeah, dude.
You're lying.
it's fast typing.
I think your keyboard is really tired.
What? All right, finish the punchline.
No, because we are your keyboard. It's like it should be really pen, in pen at the moment.
I can smash some keys. My words per minute is insane. My spelling
I type like that too.
When I increase my
beat the shit out of my keyboard.
I got shit to say. I got to say it now.
Do you buy like one keyboard every month?
Nah, I don't. I've got mechanical keys, so they push back. Hey, Rich, check your DM.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Oh, and this Amira Abdullah also, that was entertaining, right?
I like that guy. I like that person.
Like, I don't know.
The voice really like seriously creeps me out, but the character is amazing.
I still think that it is a scammer. I do.
100%.
Yeah. And this guy has probably been in our community with hundreds of different avatars and names. And there's no way to weed him out, right? So now that he's come out into the community and asking questions and participates in the voice chat, it's just fucking hilarious because our community knows better, right? Like, it's not going to be Amira Abdullah that's sending you DMs about shit, except for earlier today when he was trolling that guy, which is pretty funny. Somebody went out and bought a Watsa that wasn't a real Watsa, and he sent a DM to that particular person as Amira Abdullah, saying, asking him to integrate, like, as he just clicked on the thing.
God.
He just put a thing in the chat. I don't know if you're looking right now. It says, you have to integrate first. I will DM you link. But the link that he sends is it's like this is not a scam, I swear, .xyz is the hyperlink that he sends. It's not real. None of the shit that he sends is even real. So
dude, that shit was hilarious, man. Yesterday when people thought he was sleeping and then he flushed the toilet.
And I know, and I think that he's a scammer because I don't have to DM him and not DM. I don't have to at him on his name. I can just say his name without actually the Telegram acknowledging to let him know that I said his name. And he's got a program that does it for him.
With that sack, do more people know about that, or was that just kind of like people who actually just want to look at the wallets and follow the wallet addresses? They're the only ones that kind of realized it.
I think me and only one other guy really know about it, other than the people that were involved that obviously knew about it, and me and that other guy.
Can anybody else hear him speaking? I can't hear him speaking.
I can hear him.
Something happened.
My thing must be bugging out. Speak now, excuse me.
Yeah.
Send him your seat. Fix it.
Okay.
I just left. So it was actually Nomad. Nomad was the pioneer on that whole thing, watching everybody like he always does. He's always watching. And pretty much like from the very get-go, when the whole thing was said on what they were going to accept Hedron for the sacrifice, he was against it. And he was like, no, I don't trust you guys, even though you guys are part of the whole thing. I don't like it. I know I have bad feeling about all this. And they were like, no, our integrity is this, and you don't need to worry about that. And they were really trying their damnedest to like just convince him. And in the end result, like, since he was still watching, they didn't really get he knew exactly what they did. And then after they did it, he was like, fuck you guys. And like really went after him. And of course I was there with it. Right. So yeah. Yeah. It's only a very, 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 very few people that even know that happened at all.
Discernment is such a wonderful thing.
Well, they're lucky. They're lucky that we didn't just go burn their whole fucking house down.
Yeah, I was just thinking today that I'm going to be staying away from the stock market going forward because it's so manipulated. Even though crypto is considered the wild, wild west, I mean, I don't understand why people don't see the same thing in the stock market. It's just so manipulated. It's definitely a big boys game.
Everything. Well, yeah, I mean, there may have been like 20 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, there might have been 40 or 50 different tech stocks that you could have got into other than Microsoft or IBM at that time, that if you were to diversify, then maybe you would have gotten to scratch some of it when you were right in some respect because of the little bit that you put into Microsoft and the little bit that you're able to put into IBM. But the other 48 of them don't even exist any longer. Like, it's consolidated after the .com boom into tech being monopolized to an almost extreme degree. Like Amazon, just pretty much Microsoft, and Apple. There are other computer brands that are out there, but are they going to last the test of time when the other 48 hadn't? And how much of that money that you had maybe not diversified? Maybe some people didn't even have the understanding that they went full bore into maybe 2 or 3 of the 48 that went bust, and you ended up having nothing in the end. People don't talk about that shit. They don't.
It's an
Non-stop.
interesting contradiction to it. All these companies are consolidating while crypto's actually spreading out.
Yeah, it almost seems like the whole .com bubble thing that happened and the bursting of that bubble where they're like, oh, it's all over. And what really happened is it consolidated and it became bigger, right? It became huge, as a matter of fact. And then now we're having the same. This one, when this is the argument that I bring to people when they're like, the market cycles are different now, and I can tell you all the reasons why, and they say all this scary shit, and I'm like, dude, you are just a scary fucking person in the first place. Like, good luck. And here's the reasons why I think you're wrong. That the market cycles will continue to be the same way because they always have been, and this is where all the money is now. This is what's happening. It happened with the .com and the tech with that, and now it's happening with legacy finance and their failures going into digital currencies. And it's going to be this fight between the two. It's going to create this bubble that hasn't even really, I mean, it kind of has happened slightly enough for those guys to realize that there's money to extract, money to manipulate, money to be had in their pockets and not in the centralized exchange that we're stealing their customers' funds. They want to be the ones to do that shit. So of course that's what they're going to go for. They're not going to promote DeFi. They're going to reconsolidate centralized finance in cryptocurrency to their behest. And that's exactly what I believe will happen down the road. And these market cycles will continue the same way that they always had, and they're always going to be manipulated. They're already tied to stocks in the first place, and you could tell by looking at all of the statistics from November of last year, where it all snapped together. Any movements of any of those things all correlate to each other now.
It's interesting that in 2008, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to finish with it's already started. The .com thing to the bubble to the success to the consolidation, and that we're just starting of those cycle processes with your 4-year cycles and the stuff that most people pay attention to. I'm talking about a lot longer cycle of stuff that's happening in the wider spectrum of macro thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to make 2 points. You know, it's interesting that in 2008, after 2008, the market crash of 2008, the big keyword that everybody was using was how toxic derivatives in general were a bad thing. And here we are now, over a decade later, and we're still using derivatives, but we're like a decentralized form of derivatives in a more responsible way, and we're making decent yield on it. And then I was thinking about I'm sure you've heard the story of if you put 5 people in an island or whatever, or 3 people in an island, and you give them all equal amounts of money, eventually one guy is going to end up with most of it or all of it. And it's basically, a tale of how that one individual is an asshole or a jerk because, he ends up with all the money. But the way I see it now is, he's the only one that's actually put effort into still learning about, about what it takes to earn money or whatever, while everybody else became complacent. So, does he really, does he really deserve to have that money in the end? And then my thinking is, if everybody, just, kicks back and, doesn't continue their knowledge of what makes the world go round, then, maybe they deserve to not have all the money as well. So I don't know, just musings.
Well, I'm sure that the people who take the money, that get all the money, are providing services in which we find it okay to give that money to them in the first place because it makes it convenient for us because we're not willing to go through all that trouble. They are. They take the risk. Capitalism at its finest. The only way to win, by the way, I mean, I speak about, learn the rules of the game, which is tough because they don't tell you the rules. You don't even know there's a game in some sense. But the best way to win in capitalism, there's actually only one way to win in capitalism, and that's being an entrepreneur. And you have to be a good one. You got to be a good one. New ideas, new fresh ideas, new marketing types of ways to get people to know that the service is even there in the first place to give you the money because they don't want to go through the trouble, like I said.
Yeah, I was going to say, the most successful people that I know always reevaluate what they did in the last 6 months, and make course corrections. You always see what went well, what failed, and then you make course corrections. And I see a lot of people, that would just, will go year after year after year doing the same damn thing, and expecting something different.
That's the definition of insanity.
I suppose eventually you'll become willful and complicit in anything as long as you can find an advantage in it. Which
Yeah,
I mean,
I was
go ahead.
looking at remote engineering jobs and looking for anything really, coding jobs, remote petroleum engineering, and I found these guys that are claiming that you can make like 4,000 a month, 10 hours a week or something, just doing high ticket sales. I'm still looking into it, but that seems like a nice side gig while I'm like semi-retired.
A digital way of being able to get to do what now?
So like what's a good example of a high ticket sales? Like shit.
I don't know why I keep thinking like concerts and shit like this.
Well, so like it's anything that's over $3,000. So if you were selling
Cars.
maybe, yeah, you could like that's a example, but I feel like it's a bad example because not very many people buy a car over the phone.
How about like a top water filter, like these alkaline water filters?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know how much those are, but maybe they're like $3,000. But the person who's actually on the phone, doesn't matter where they are. They could be in another country, or they could be in the U.S., or and they could be in their underwear, and the minimum and commission they get is like 10%. So if you make one sell a day, and you make $300, and it's not like high energy selling either, because I wouldn't be able to fucking do that. I'm not high energy. It's like you have like a 30-minute to an hour conversation with this person, walking through why they should do it, and like what their problem is and how you solve it, and what the program's about or whatever. So it could be coaching, it could be like selling like a 24/7 fitness coaching, or maybe it's like a nutrition thing, like maybe it's maybe you're like, I don't know. I've literally just found about this 2 weeks ago, so I'm not very good at explaining it.
Yeah, Kevin, I have a friend who sells water filters. That's why
Oh yeah.
She does really well with commissions, and she has a presence on social media. I think it's an Instagram account, and it's kind of like it goes along with her lifestyle that she kind of promotes, of just like natural and organic, So it works well for her. She's making more than her husband.
Yeah, the amount, like there's really good money in that. I don't doubt at all. And the head guy who's selling the program, like I guess that's a good example. Like this guy is selling a program for his model of how to do these sales, and it was like $6,000. And so the guy who sold it to me probably made $600 or $700 in an hour talking to me, because I paid for it and I was like intrigued by it, and I'm like, I'm gonna try it, fuck it. And some of these high ticket items could be $70,000, especially if it's like business to business, in which case the person selling it is making like $7,000 in one sale, which could take an hour. Like it's insane.
So I wanted to just point this out real quick. There's a company called Carvana, reported revenue of $3.3 billion over the year. Average sales 108,000 cars sold per quarter.
Wow.
Yeah. People buy cars online in
Really?
their Yes, they do.
Okay.
That sounds
You know
good.
more about high ticket sales than me because I've been in this for 2 weeks. So,
well, fuck that. I was thinking concerts, and then you told me about 30 seconds of it, and I'm like, all right, let's go figure this out. It took me about 2 seconds.
Yeah, maybe I could do that. That would be cool. I don't know. I'd probably be better. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like you'd want to do something that you're good at, and there's probably something for anybody. Like everybody has some hobby that they are interested in. Like actually, maybe what this Hex investment trust should be doing is hiring salespeople who are good at this high ticket sales and give them a commission. And in which case, Hexicans would be really good.
I was just saying, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, if they haven't thought of it, I'll mention it to Kinetics, but I feel like they might have thought of that already. I hope so.
Yeah, well, maybe you can get a job with them, even if they've already thought about it. I would hit them up.
Yeah, I will. That's a good idea. I should probably like try it for like a month so I actually know what I'm doing first, rather than burn bridges with Kinetics.
Yeah, I'm sure that if you're selling high ticket items, most of the people they're willing to spend that kind of money are gonna waste their time listening to a sales pitch. So you should be able to close a fair number of those sales. So just based on that.
Yeah, they're promising that when you finish the training, you'll be able to close 30% and or more. And I guess the guy who runs the thing he makes like a 1.5 million, 2 million a year just doing sales calls, and his close rate's like 45% or something.
Well, your pitch sounds better than mine. I was going to suggest people start selling Christmas trees. Have you ever tried to buy a
Yeah, I mean that's one way to do it. I think that's probably the fastest. That might be the fastest way that I've found after like looking for 6 months.
No, I'm just messing with you, man.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to own the lot.
Is it you do that as a side gig?
No, I had a buddy of mine. I helped him out a couple of years. He used to have a lot. He used to make actually pretty good money, but it's only you can only do it once a year.
Yeah, you have to.
Might as well go get a fucking a wholesale deal and sell fireworks once a year. That shit makes a killing.
Not in my city. In my city, assholes pop fireworks almost year round, dude. It's ridiculous.
Same in Medellin.
And I know they're not patriotic.
Are you sure they're fireworks?
Yeah, no, like I'd be like asking my girlfriend, I'm like, are those gunshots? Like, are we in like a bad part of the neighborhood?
I'd say at least 70% of them are fireworks.
I know guys in the United States, when they celebrate, they pull out AK-47s and shit. They shoot them in the sky while the fireworks are going off. So I'd have to say, even in the United States, in the rural areas, that some of it isn't even all fireworks.
Yeah, I think that's usually in here in Medellin. It's usually in pairs of 3. So you just like pop, 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 and that's how you know it's a firework.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. It'll somebody pop some fireworks, and then not even 5 minutes, somebody else down the street will pop some more, and then it's like these guys are waiting for each other. I have no idea.
Like where I'm at, it's only legal to utilize fireworks once a year around Independence Day for maybe like a week prior, and then I think that they might do something for New Year's or some shit like this. But where I'm at, like you're not outside for any extended period of time during that time of year because it's too fucking cold. But it almost seems like they do the exact same thing. Is even though it's only allowed a week prior to Independence Day, that some like smaller areas around the cities, they start 2 weeks prior, so people go to those smaller areas. And so when one guy goes and lets off a firework, of course the other guy that's doing the illegal shit is going to go out there and do it too, because now it's like game on, right? It's like, oh, you can't stop all of us, right?
Yeah, and I guess in Medellin, December 1st is like their 4th of July. They're actually celebrating like kind of like the Christmas month, I guess. And literally, it's not like in the US where it's like they just have one big fireworks show, like with the giant fireworks, and like, you know, every hour drive away or so, or maybe even less. But here it's literally the entire city has bought their own fireworks and they're just setting them off on their own. And it's literally like the whole valley, you just see fireworks everywhere. They're not huge fireworks, but they're literally everywhere. It's pretty cool.
That's cool. That's how it is here where I'm at too. Is you have the giant fireworks displays, and then everyone else has their fireworks too. So it's like no matter where you look, there's just shit in the sky everywhere. It's awesome. It's fucking great.
I think the perfect day to invade the U.S. would be on the 4th of July, because everything sounds like a damn war zone anyway.
Dude, I've got guys that are active military and ex-military that have training beyond my available risk for my hands, right? And they have white phosphorus that they take, and they make faux, they call it dynamite, but it's not, because they're making it out of phosphorus. It's high impact. It burns faster, I guess.
Like tannerite?
Not tannerite, no. It is white phosphorus. It's like packed in white phosphorus with gunpowder of some sort as an accelerant, like an added heat accelerant. So instead of a flash like of fire that you get, it's more of a puff of smoke after the original flash. So it's not so hot. But I mean, it's actually so hot that it's there and gone before it has any higher impact of heat that you'd feel like dynamite or tannerite. I would assume also is more fire and concussion. But this stuff is, and it's funny that they have packages that are like a barbershop, like the red and white twizzle of the barbershop, but it's red, white, and blue, and they do that on the dynamite sticks, and they have quarter sticks, half sticks, and full sticks of dynamite. And they just toss these things around like they're candy. Like I'm probably 2 blocks away from my police station, and there's people all over the place that have these things, all over the place, just blowing up complete sticks of dynamite in their front yards.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. And you know it too. It's fucking loud. Like we were putting full sticks of dynamite under 50-gallon drum barrels, like not like your average Rubbermaid garbage can, but like what farmers would have for like what they'd put in like a bull ring, right? Like really heavy, half-inch thick plastic shit, and launching these fuckers like about 100 feet in the air, where it's a projectile now. The grass is gone, it leaves a big hole in the ground, and this thing's just going flying. Of course, it was the older guys, the OGs, that were showing us this when we were younger, like how to do these things and how to build them and how to make them and how to just go buy shit from Ace Hardware and be able and get a glue gun and rip shit apart and put all this new stuff in it and create these bombs. Of course, just for the entertainment purposes, not for doing anything bad to people at all. Not, at least not in the United States, maybe elsewhere, but.
Executioner, I knew you were a redneck.
I got guns and shit. Yeah, I like that stuff. But I mean, like, I've been in the engineering side of stuff for governments, and been involved in the oil industry, and like a lot of the stuff that you deal with in all those things are chemicals and, like, you know, it's like a big science project for a lot of stuff, right? You don't realize how intricate that you get, and the stuff that you're learning, you just kind of use it every day, so you don't think anything about it. But if you were to tell other people like what you did and like how you did it and like all the other stuff, it would just be like talking Chinese to a lot of people, I'm sure. Like, most people probably don't really understand the importance of viscosity of a fluid and why that would be important to know, especially when you're dealing with oils, right?
One of the smartest people I ever met were smart rednecks.
I believe MacGyver was probably a redneck.
What was it? I heard a while ago that the highest IQ American was some farmer in the Midwest.
It's probably because he's had so many things put up in front of him that he's had to fucking overcomplicate his life to make it easy for himself to be like the creme de la creme of problem solvers, that inherently he just becomes very intelligent through his own means. Like, he's done fucked up more shit than everybody else to learn all the valuable lessons that there are to be an intelligent person now. Right?
Yeah, I think there's something about living in the middle of nowhere that's actually probably makes you smarter, because you're just so fucking bored. You just think about one thing for hours and hours and hours because you're bored.
This theory that.
Go ahead, Rich.
Oh, I was just gonna say thank you. I have this theory that maybe it has to do with the diet of, like, the simple diet and the, like, connection to the land of simple people that, like, give the nourishment and, like, the epigenetics the chance to be able to, like, create geniuses. Basically, like, Albert Einstein was born to a very poor farming family.
Yeah, I think, to expand on a little bit what Executioner was saying, I think it also has to do with, if stuff's breaking down all the time too, and you're not that close to civilization. Sometimes even when you're lacking certain tools, you'll come up with ways of fixing things, that you never would have otherwise.
That's for sure.
Thought to.
You should have seen my last truck.
That is exactly where my line of my next commentary was going, Kaki. That's amazing that you pulled that out without me actually saying it, but that's exactly where I was going to go with that. Like, there's less people. You need to do the same amount of shit that you want to get done with less people. And you can't rely on more people because there just aren't people. So you have to do the value of 10 guys shit and have the ingenuity and the intuition within yourself to be able to do it by yourself. That's why farmers have went from working 7 days a week from sun up to sundown to only working 5 days a week with all the equipment and all the stuff that they've had from the ingenuity of being able to build and invent all these things, so they didn't have to have such a tough fucking job, and they don't need to employ so many people. As a matter of fact, the majority of all their equipment now runs on data that they get from satellites that controls the fucking thing, that they could even do the farming at night and not have to see the lines to know whether they're going crooked down their paths or not. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, the technology with farming is really amazing. You're right.
And another thing the farmers have going is that they're eating natural food and they're not breathing in like fucking glyphosate. Or I guess they are. I guess glyphosate is not one of those things. I mean, I guess it depends on what they're farming, what kind of farmer they are. But
I can guarantee you that a lot of the farmers, even when they're spraying the pesticides, a lot of them are stubborn and they're not wearing proper respirators.
yeah, but we also have that stuff in the city because of biodiesel. They're these buses and everything that are using biodiesel are spraying glyphosate all over the city.
Good point. Yeah, but I learned that I bought a camper years ago and I took a 3,000-mile drive, and it was a used camper and an RV, and that thing broke down on me a bunch of times. And I got to tell you, when you're in the middle of nowhere and you have very little tools, you will get so creative. It will shock you.
I learned a lot with farming with my Mexican brothers. They could fix anything with very little. Yeah, I'm a self-taught mechanic just out of necessity, being a farmer. So it resonates what you guys are saying. But I think there's a distinction to be made between farmers that are more technologically advanced, which tend to dumb farmers down a little bit in regards to like some of these highly technical monocrop farmers that are using like GPS units on their tractors and whatnot. Like the way just like with new cars, like they're more difficult to fix. So like the best tractors to own are the ones that were like just right prior to having all the overly complicated electronic failures that most farmers can't fix nowadays. So they're kind of getting trapped into this this it's like a whole paradigm, right? If you're a large scale farmer that's not organic and growing GMO grain or whatever, and it's like one crop, that's not really farming. That's big business. But like true farming, like the ingenuitive farming is where, you're more diversified and you're like less dependent on anything outside of yourself.
Yeah, I might buy a farm later on. Who knows? This whole electric car thing too is, you've heard a couple of people mention it already, but I think the whole electric car wave is a single point of failure for society. You're already starting to see problems with the chargers and like I think it was Nevada where they had a line that was so long that I think people were waiting for almost an hour to get their cars charged, and so people can't figure out that that electricity's got to come from somewhere. It's got to.
You know that there are countries that have changed their regulations, saying that people need to stop owning petrol vehicles and only own electric vehicles, where I think their deadline was 2022 in some of these countries. And this year, during this winter, they're already talking about that they are overburdening their electrical grid, and they have to shut the electrical grid down to save power for essential services that need to be provided, meaning that people are going to be in the cold and they're not going to be able to drive their fucking vehicles. Already, this is happening, like this year, happening already now.
Yeah, I'm sticking to gas. Or if I take the plunge, it'll, maybe a hybrid, but never full electric.
Love my diesel. I love rolling coal, especially on unsuspecting visitors.
Yeah, dude, we here in my state, they like have you they chip the diesel trucks now, and they make you put in this other chemical. I forget what the hell it's called.
DEF.
DEF,
Diesel
yeah.
exhaust fluid.
Yes, DEF fluid.
That's so bad. Like,
so that way you can't roll coal anymore. But the company that I don't work for anymore, but used to, since we knew all that shit, we would go buy these $60,000 Chevy trucks, Chevy 1-ton diesels, and re-chip them and rip the DEF tanks off of them, and then just fucking go roll coal like a motherfucker with these brand new trucks.
You know what's funny about that is that it's more efficient, right? You do that and the thing gets better fuel mileage. Like these brand new the 6.7s, the Fords, like if you rip all that shit off, you'll get like 23, 24 miles a gallon if you're, going 60 miles an hour.
You're saving yourself $500 in DEF fuel just to fill one fucking tank. I'm probably overblowing that, but still, right? You're saving money.
No, I hear you. I have an older diesel truck. I have the 7.3, so I actually like fill up the off-road diesel. I look both ways and I fill my tank up at the gas station, and that's great. I like the older ones, less complicated. I can actually fix them.
You're stealing the green dyed diesel, you son of a bitch.
Red dyed.
I don't know what dye it is. I don't know.
It's so funny because people that are like, oh, it must cost you so much money to drive your truck around. I'm like, no, it's 6,200 pound vehicle and I get close to 20 miles a gallon. Whereas like, these like gas trucks that aren't even as big don't even, maybe get 12 miles a gallon.
Maybe that would explain why, diesel fuel being the byproduct of making gasoline and these other products that they make, it's just the junk that's left over that they can't do anything with. Literally, it's just the leftovers. Costs more per gallon than gasoline because it's more efficient.
I think it's they use the semis are using it, like all the trucks use it. So there's a lot of demand for that.
But it's just the garbage that's left over. I mean, they're
it's the lowest octane.
As long as petrol vehicles, there will always be diesel because you can't. What are you gonna do? You're gonna store it? No, you're gonna use it. You're gonna use the shit. So it's like how the Indians utilized every part of the buffalo. That's what they do with oil, like in every facet of it.
Well, I remember diesel used to be almost half the price of gasoline. So what changed?
Yeah, I think it has to do. That's what I was going to say. I'm glad you brought that up. I think it has to do with how they either increase they'll like affect the economy, right, by diesel prices, because all building is based on diesel fuel, basically construction, right?
Wait, what building? Like the cranes and stuff?
All the heavy machinery that it takes to, is all run by diesel. So I think it's a way, because diesel used to be a lot less expensive, but I think it has to do with just like how they're trying to curb building of some sort.
It doesn't matter because like I come from like a decade and a half of that line of work. Any of the increased costs of building materials, fuel, labor, whatever it is absorbed into the bid in the first place of the contract that'll get accepted by the customer. So they will pay all of, like recently we had a 30% increase of all of anything that you'd spend to build a building. And
that makes sense, but
yeah.
But if you're okay, so if that's true, I'm sure that's true. So
what you're saying is right.
Since that's true, then yeah, basically, if the bid becomes too much, then that curbs building, right? Like then people aren't going to invest in building.
They just go with the lowest bidder, period. You get cheap buildings put up everywhere with new technology.
I wonder if it has something to do with shale getting really popular around 2014 or so. Maybe there's just not as much of it or something. I don't know, but it seems like it would be the opposite. It seems like shale would actually make diesel prices go down.
I'll share a little experience that I had with converting vehicles to run on vegetable oil. I started doing that with the old Mercedes diesel, and that was fun. I learned some hard lessons with injection lines and injector pumps, but figured it out. The key is heat and filtering it down to like 10 micron. But yeah, those old diesel Mercedes are like the injector pumps are extremely forgiving. But I've had lots of success with the Fords, and there's some pretty amazing kits out there. But I've run hundreds, maybe thousands of gallons of vegetable oil, and it was a fun process to learn how to do it and to drive around for free because I would pick up used vegetable oil from local Japanese restaurant, and they were the best because they changed their oil the most. And I think theirs was soy or corn. But yeah, there's some pretty cool technologies out there, like with centrifuges where you can get the used vegetable oil. And of course, there can't be too many people doing that, but there's a book called what is it? How corn can be no, it's I can't remember the name of it, but nonetheless, it talks all about and educates everyone about the all the different crops that you can grow for biodiesel. And I think one of the best would be or is palm oil, because you can extract it through fermentation. Not that we need more forests to be cut down for palm, but that's viable. I think peanut's a good one, just like Rudolph diesel. The first diesel engine was run on peanut oil. Sorry, I'm kind of ranting. Got a little excited.
We know that it's certainly not ethanol. What they decided to go with is not the most efficient other type of fuel source that you'd absolutely want to use. And I know because I've seen the data. The data suggests that the amount of grain that they need to take to the processing plant, that the truck that uses diesel uses more fuel than they produce in that one truckload of corn.
What they tried to do is they just try to take a crop that they already have and utilize it for ethanol. But I think like the book goes on to explain that there's a lot better crops to grow other than corn, including, I think one of the best is sugarcane, like per acre.
Yeah, something that grows really fast and you don't need a whole lot of upkeep with the soil to make it go apeshit.
That was the best. Get some fresh squeezed sugarcane juice in Thailand. It's fucking amazing. It was like a swarm of bees. It was like the whole cart. Like we're all just like surrounded by bees as they were like grinding up through their strainer. It was hilarious.
Sugarcane press, and I grow sugarcane juice. It's in season right now, actually. So yeah, come visit, Mango.
Soon enough, a couple of years, I'll be there.
Don't threaten us to come to Hawaii.
Better, man.
Sounds terrible. I just don't know about this.
The scary part is the women in the bathing suits at the beach.
Dude, I'm telling
you. Dude.
Nope.
I'm a mule. I work for fruit.
Yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of Hexicans come into your place, Rich, that don't leave. You're gonna have a bunch of permanent employees.
I know. I'm planting the durian orchards as you speak.
Oh,
baby. Oh, baby.
Nice. Hawaii's great, man. I have a place there too. Awesome. I don't know if I ask what island you're on.
I'm on Kauai.
I'm on Big Island.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Like food security here is so much easier because we have year-round growing season, right? So it's like with all these food security issues from COVID and stuff, it's like no worries at all in Hawaii. And I would say for the most part, like in the closer you get to the tropics, that's the case, right?
Yeah, I've noticed that the fruits and vegetables in the tropics just taste better on top of that.
I've been lucky enough to meet one of the founders of ORMS, or discoverers of ORMS, which is like a monoatomic. So it's orbitably, I can't say that word. Rearranged monoatomic elements, which is like this. It's a bit of a woo-woo thing in some instances, but it's actually like it's the real deal. Like monoatomic gold, maybe you guys have heard of that. But ORMUS is like where you take out the sodium and the chlorine from ocean water, and you're left with all the other 88 minerals that are in ocean water in like a suspended state. That's like it's like this milky liquid that is also known as philosopher's stone or milk of magnesia. And literally it's the best fertilizer on the planet, because like all the soil on the earth all gets it all runs off into the ocean, and the ocean is like the perfect emulsive like
Emulsified.
homogenized mineral fertilizer, so basically ocean water without the sodium and the chlorine is like one of the best fertilizers in the world, and it does some kind of miraculous things actually. The studies have been showing.
It's fascinating. So, guys, yeah, have a good night. I got to get to work early, but it's good chatting with you guys.
Sure.
Yeah, man.
Good night, brother.
You too, Cocky. You have a good night, man.
Actually, I'm working on like with my farming projects right now. I'm working on obtaining a bunch of this ormus from the Big Island, and getting it shipped over here, and to bring the fertility back onto the land, because heavy rainfall areas, a lot of people think, oh, the soil's so good. It actually really sucks in Hawaii. It's a fertile growing environment, like the air, but the actual soil is really poor from the high rainfall. So just like coming to terms with how best to bring the fertility back to the land, and I've kind of come upon some new knowledge regarding ormus that's got me pretty excited.
Have you looked into all the different types of grass too to mitigate runoff?
Yeah, for myself, it's more of like like actual forage. So there's a couple here. There's it's a type of giant Bermuda grass that I'm going to be improving the land and bringing that actual plant stolons, which are like the rooted cuttings, like the runners, right? And it's called stargrass. So yeah, there's amazing forages out there actually, especially for like subtropical environments. I'm also gonna have like integrate the perennials as well, so they could cows will naturally eat barks of trees and shrubbery, and they'll pick and choose the things that they know that are good for them, but it's important to have that for them as well, because then they can basically deworm themselves. So yeah, I'm like going full, the highest quality possible. That's my whole purpose with the with being a farmer. Like I made the choice to choose quality over quantity, and that's my whole MO.
That sounds like a winning strategy. Like that's the best way to.
Yeah, and it's like at the same time, I pride myself on producing a lot with the least amount of effort. So it's basically like taking mainstream farming of like highly logical, highly efficient, but then combining that with the best aspects of organic farming. So I want the best of both worlds. I want lots of food, and I want it to be the highest quality, and I want the least amount of effort required to produce that. Sorry, I kind of dominating the conversation. Sorry about that.
It's interesting stuff, though, and it's definitely becoming. There's more farmers realizing this now. Well, and actually, a lot of older farmers too are coming to realize that they come from traditional monocrop through generations, and they're starting to realize the more sustainable way for the land through farming, and not monocrop.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like blending the old ways with the new ways is the future, So like in regards to just like what I was saying earlier about taking the best of both worlds and kind of like, and I kind of extend that to even how I imagine our whole civilization like getting to the next level. Like upping to the next they have a term for that, like as far as civilizations go, but I think that like living close to nature with high technology is kind of like that's like the best case scenario I see. Yeah, I think it all comes back to like us just, health is wealth, right? And so what makes a person truly healthy, right? There's a lot of things obviously, but one of them that's really important is the quality of the food that we eat. So I'm just trying to do my part. Like I don't, I didn't become a farmer to become rich at all. Um, but there were a lot of like uh benefits, you know, of being a farmer that made me feel rich along the way, like living in the country and being out of the system. It's definitely helped me stay free of the rat race in many ways, but it's been difficult, no doubt. It's been very difficult. Although I've learned, difficulty is an important thing, like to be uncomfortable, right? To like go outside of our bounds and push ourselves past our comfort zone. And that's how we ultimately grow.
Yeah, and to further that point, the early bird gets the worm, and what is it? The early to bed, early to rise makes you healthy, wealthy, and wise.
Wow,
Yeah.
it's so amazing that you said that. That's what my grandfather used to say as a kid. Like that was his whole thing. And he was like, he was raised in the Great Depression and had to like help take care of his family because his father died when he was a young boy. And so he went to work at like 7 years old as a bellboy of a hotel, and then just made it really big eventually. Ah, that's a great saying, executioner. I love that.
Yeah, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like I feel like some kids should be able to work, but also there needs to be restrictions on kids working. But like I don't see the problem in if it's not like 12 hours a day, if it's just working like a few hours a week, like that could be really good for a kid.
I think it's part of the indoctrination. That's the reason they don't want kids to work. Of course, there's like
Yeah, that makes sense.
there's the extremes of like whole child labor, but yeah, like they don't like they're trying to break apart families and the traditional ways of living. How do you do that? How do you take the power out of people's hands? Is you you get them to let their children be raised by you, right? And then you indoctrinate them.
Yeah, and actually kind of hurts small businesses, because how many small businesses could use just one extra hand? Like, even if it's a kid.
I've always wondered if the state was going to come after me and be like, are you really homeschooling your kids, or are you just using them as child labor?
Oh, that's fucked up. Fuck that. Anybody saying that should be like put on trial or something.
No, it's actually funny. That's the joke I make, is like, I don't even homeschool my kids. I just put them to work.
My answer would have been yes, and then left it at that.
I just don't like the assumption that, the implication is that we're going to take your kids away from you because you are abusing them. Like, that really pisses me off. Like, is this a joke, like a friend saying it, or is it like actual, like, CPS or something?
No, it was just me, like,
Okay.
speculating in my mind. Yeah, making a joke of it.
But I could totally see CPS doing that these days.
Oh, CPS is super fucked up. I've heard some crazy shit about CPS, like what
They're probably they're definitely involved with all the human trafficking.
Well, we need them.
I mean, what's the easiest way to get kids into your home is to like adopt them and take them from somebody else legally through Child Protective Services.
I mean, okay, so let's say that you're not doing anything wrong, and you get put into a position where you have CPS agent and a sheriff's officer, accompanying them to check out the wellness of the household. And since you're not doing anything wrong, typically you can have that generalized understanding that there's already too many kids in the system for them to be able to actually maintain this very well. They learned this with handicapped people like 60 years ago when they made things like Pennhurst and stuff like this. And now with kids, they already have too many kids in the system, first of all, and they're not going to take kids away that got brand new Nike shoes on their feet, especially, right? Got good non-tattered clothes, because you're not doing anything wrong, right? You may be instilling good values in your children, ethical values in your children, but as you take that stand with them when they come to your door and just laugh at them like, I would gladly let you take my fucking kids from me because they obviously are costing me too much. You see all this shit that they have? Like, I'm buying them shit all the fucking time. And if I didn't have to do that, it'd save me a whole hell of a lot of trouble. So go ahead and take these fucking kids from me. I just try me. You don't want these kids. And I don't even have any kids. And this is the stand that I would take, because I already understand the statistical analysis of the reality of the situation that they're trying to put you in to make you feel like you have no choice. And then
you would full on Jedi mind trick them.
Oh, dude, they wouldn't have a fucking chance. Not a chance. No fucking way. Not with my kids anyway.
That's really the way to approach any sort of confrontation. I applaud you for that, Executioner.
And like I said, I don't even have any kids. Like, this is just how I deploy my risk in anything I do.
I raised 4 boys, and I remember one time they threatened to call CYS. I told them they better hurry up.
Dude, when I was a young kid, I had my mother call the cops on me to tell them that they should come witness this ass whooping I'm about to have, and told them what I did.
I like your mother.
Oh my God, they liked her too. It was not fun.
I tell my kids when they get a little rowdy, I said, when I was raised, I remember the principal at my school had a paddle. And like, you'd get a beating from the principal of the school if you were bad. Imagine what they would do.
Yeah, my parents weren't having that. My parents said, if anybody's whooping her ass, it's going to be me.
You go to a Catholic school?
Public,
it was a straight
Public.
public school back in the early, geez, what was that, in the 80s sometime. And yeah, I mean, and then there's my dad who's like tells me about the leather strap that his dad used on him. Like crazy, crazy stuff. But at the same time, you look at like how well behaved I am compared to this generation, and then how well behaved my dad was in relation to me. And I think a little bit of that works. I don't spank my kids, but yeah, different times, I guess.
I wouldn't spank my kids either. I'd use a pillow before I use my full fist in the middle of their back for acting up.
Yeah, I think human trafficking's like a lot like the worst it's ever been, isn't it? I don't know.
I think that they just have more data. That's the thing. And I think that parents should instill the fear of God in their children. You're not supposed to be friends. You're there to help them to survive the life that they're going to have that they don't realize they're going to be stepping into when they leave the boundaries of your home. Right?
100%. 100% execution.
My mother used to tell me that all the time. I am not your friend. I am your mother.
Yeah, like that's the reason. Maybe I got a little self-conscious by making the comment. If it was my kid, I would have used a pillow and punched him square in the fucking back so he couldn't breathe anymore for a few seconds and question whether he was going to live through this thing that he decided to do when I told him not to already. Because I brought you. My mom used to say this to me. I brought you into this world and I can take you out. Right? She used to make comments to me like, you got this imaginary noose around your neck. And yes, I may allow you the freedom that when you decide to run one direction, I just let the rope slide through my hand. But at any point in time that you decide to fuck up in any moment, I will be the one that grasps the noose and you'll be hanging from that motherfucker. And then it was like, dang, I'm a kid. I'm a kid, when she's saying these things. And I listened. I did not question her authority. Not at all. My mother, and I had the other side of it too, right? With the dad also. Wait till he gets home. Not only do you get your ass whooped once, but then you have a second reckoning when you have your come to Jesus moment when dad comes home.
Oh yeah. I waited for my dad to get home many times. But I had 4 boys and the shortest one is 6'1", and I'm 5'3". And I've been known to say, I will break your kneecaps and bring you down where I can whoop your ass.
Well, see, like when I got older, was playing football in high school and got a lot bigger than the rest of my family members, then I had my mom make a statement like that to me where she said that I knew eventually the things that had happened before that you may have found unjust. Like I'm the type that when I got older, I thanked my mother for how she handled me and to give me that perspective. And it wasn't abusive in any way or anything like that. But there was a time when I was, like I said, I didn't come to that recollection yet. I was still a teenager. And she had told me that she knew there would come a time when I was bigger than everyone else. And she's glad that she handled me the way that she did. Because then I wasn't so scary, even to her as a female, right? And I got to have that perspective. It was very shocking to me as a teenager to have that be said to me, right? Because I didn't view myself as that, obviously, because I was raised by her. And then I had to take that perspective and put it to every woman that I ever saw in this whole planet afterwards, right? That based off of your physical presence and the way that you handle your words in public or even in private situations can be detrimental to the view that you have to the people that view you. Right. And imagine how sickening you would feel if the day that you died and time became not relevant to you, that at the supposed pearly gates, you were met with yourself, where your consciousness had to see how you treated people through other people's eyes. So now you get to play the other person and you're the one being the dick to yourself, and you get to see how it felt for that person because of the way that you decided to handle those people. And you get to go through your whole life of every circumstance, every instance that you decided to treat that person less than the way that they should have been treated, and then be left with that. So since time isn't relevant, you can go through your whole life in a matter of who doesn't matter the time. You could still go through it. You ain't going nowhere until you go through this torturous thing that you get to find out whether you're a good person when you lived here or a not very good person. And then you're the one that's going to be the judge as to whether you get to go wherever it is that you believe that you go.
That's interesting. I read a book about this man who was struck by lightning, and he had what he said is a life review, and he experienced exactly that, Executioner.
Huh. That's interesting. I only come to those types of conclusions because I, without getting too woo-woo about it, I believe that there are certain level of hierarchies of energy in which we can traverse upon based off of our unconscious availability of having these tests that come to us. So you don't get to go to level 2 until you decide that you actually led a life that was worth living. Otherwise, you go back to square one again without the knowledge you taught of all the stuff that you've learned from the hundreds of lives that you lived previously. You get to start over again with a new construct. The 1800s are different than the 2000s. Are you going to have the availability of humanity to be able to give you the availability to actually get to the next level? Or is the whole game built this way because the higher levels can only support so many consciousness of information where it doesn't need all the rest of it to feed it? So you get to level 10, it only needs 100 people. You're down at level 1 where there's billions of consciousnesses that in their thinking, in their sociological behavior, and maybe even the manipulation of other psychologies to make a sociological event happen, is more relevant now that the world is so small. So I would say that if you believed in a heaven or a hell or a hierarchy of energy levels that you could go up in, then maybe you don't fall into this shitty sociological experiment here that we're at now on this particular tier, right? Let's say that the next one you go into, you did a pretty good job. And at the end result of that life, when you get spit back into it, you may go to tier 1 again, but there's an infinite amount of parallel dimensions, infinite amount of parallel timelines and all these things. So you don't get spit back into 2022 on this Earth version 7069. You get spit out into a totally different timeline and a totally different thing that's not relevant to you because you remember nothing to your previous life. Some people do have some weird things that happen with a deja vu-ish type of sense or a sensory feeling that they have of past lives where they know things that they probably shouldn't. That does happen to occur, but I would say that the majority of people don't get that luxury at all. And maybe some of those other people led such a good life that they didn't get to tier 2, but they were left with a resemblance of something that was there that made them feel a certain way when they did go down that bad path, that they had something like embedded into their informational code that they have as a structure itself, that they just felt a certain way, and they had these deja vu moments, and they had like this thing where maybe they were a hero in a world war of some sort on a different timeline, and they don't understand why, right? You're a kid and you have these memories and you just don't understand why. Maybe that because you did so well, and then everyone else garbage.
I don't know if you saw that documentary or the video of the kid who was like 6 years old, and he like drew this picture and had all these memories of like the war that he was in, and there was like this, they like verified that everything that all these memories that he had as a kid, a 6-year-old kid, were actually like verified and true, and they like cross-referenced it with like with the history, and it was nuts.
Like
I think
totally
that
very.
I did see some of that, and I think that where they really got interested is when he was talking about his brethren, his brothers in arms, and their names, like their specific names, first and
Right.
last names, and like the timelines in which they were having these events would
I love
correlate.
that kind of stuff.
6-year-old would have no fucking idea of any
Right.
of this shit.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking maybe it's a sort of a karmic blockchain record, you know, the like life review in a sense, because then it's like our tally is up, and then it's like, okay, go get your receipts, and like let's do your books, you know?
Yeah, I mean, because like in reality, in actual reality, if there were no wavelengths of energy, we wouldn't even exist. Nothing would exist. Nothing.
You
There would be
know, I might have said this before because I don't know, I just feel like I don't really remember. But my physics teacher once in like college, university said that it's possible. It's like since every electron has the same weight and mass and size, and you know, like it's possible that every electron's the same electron and every photon is the same photon, but it's just going, it just has, it has such mass density, or it's going so fast that it loops back in space-time or something, and then it ends up back where it was or something. And you know, like with relativity, like the faster you're going, the closer everything in front of you seems and everything behind you seems, and everything seems, if you're a photon, everything seems like it's all happening at the same moment and the same time.
That's a Schrodinger's cat, is what that whole experiment was based off of. Is exactly what you said, and it's provable too, Kevin. What your physicist teacher was saying. In a vacuum, you can prove that an electron can be in multiple places at once and be everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. And that's when physicists don't understand reality any longer, because those things in their minds shouldn't happen, because physics in our realm, the reality realm, because we're our size as humans, our consciousness can only absorb our size as humans on this planet. So our physics is bared on that. But when you get into those very tiny essence of being, physics is different, right?
Yeah, their mass is essentially almost infinite. I mean, not their mass, but their density, because they're so small. They're like a point.
Yeah, like a million zeros and a one or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like, I've thought about block time a lot, and I don't think, to me, block time does not make any sense. I don't think that, but yeah, like the idea that the past is still there and that you can go visit it, I don't think that's possible.
No, the only thing you can do is slow down your own relevant time that went by. Doing that all other time has passed by so fast that you technically go into the future, but everything you know and loved is gone.
Yeah,
Right.
It feels like if there was block time, then life would be like a movie, and you'd just be sitting back watching the movie. But if you, in order to have free will, and in order to like experience life, you need to be able to change what's happening in the future or right now, or what's happening in your own mind. And I know that it could be a trick. That's not what I'm feeling. But who's being tricked? Like, like if free will is an illusion, who's being illusion? Who's seeing the illusion? I think it makes sense. Yeah, I think it makes sense that everybody's consciousness is basically the same thing as all the photons. They're all exactly the same photon. Like at least not, maybe, like you could argue that every photon's different because it's in a different place and like different speed, different frequency, but they're all the same size, they're all the same mass. So I think consciousness is the same way. Like every consciousness has some quality that's almost exactly the same, and like we don't know what those are yet because we haven't discovered them. But I think all consciousness things are somewhat very similar, and I think there's some arguments to things that we would think aren't conscious have some level of consciousness. Like just because you go into space, there's like no light. There's still light there. It's just not. It's very hard to see. You need like a spectrometer to see it or something.
Like remember the show Quantum Leap?
Yeah, I love that show.
It'd be kind of like what you'd end up doing is taking the physics of the quantum realm and exacerbating them, expanding them to our reality where human could like manipulate it, walk through it, whatever, and then make that those physics disappear, make them appear, utilize it, make it disappear. And that would be a theory of like the quantum leap type of situation, I suppose, right? You'd have an electron at one energy level, and then an atom jumps to a different energy level, and then emitting, and then like pushing out energy and taking energy in at the same time, so that there's no like in between state of matter at any point in time. So then it's exactly like what you're saying, right? How the electrons are here, there, everywhere, all at the same time. And what's the theory of the timelines changing? What's that guy that
String theory?
No,
the
not
grandfather paradox.
So this would have to do with the Hedron collider.
Yes.
Mandela effect. The Mandela effect.
Mandela effect. Okay. So now that we've had the conversation about how all electrons, they have the same weight, right? They all have the exact same weight. So the Mandela effect comes from the theory that when they take those particles and they speed them up to a plasma close to 99.9999% the speed of light and smash those particles together, that it's actually so even though it's small atoms in the quantum level, that it's so devastating of an explosion. So remember when I was just saying about the quantum leap, about how you would take the physics of the quantum realm and expand them, exacerbate them to a magnificent level. So you have this Hedron collider that is colliding this in a massive way, maybe even encompassing the entire planet with some amount of physics that us as humans can't see with our own eyes, so we don't even acknowledge that it's happening or exists in the first place, even though if you were to take like a spectrometer or some type of instrument that was designed to be able to track this particular thing, which I'm sure that they have, I know that they have, to track that data, and they just don't tell you, right? But in the end result, through the what everybody knows is the Mandela effect, is what's really happening there is that weight, that understood weight of the electrons is now being affected, and it actually changes. So it's a domino effect. So what will end up happening is that the current reality that you know it is ripped apart and then reestablished with a new electron set that actually is different weight. So you are kind of just shifted into a new timeline, and you don't even realize it happened. And it's happening millions and millions of times over and 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 over again, as long as they have that machine running. And they shut those machines down, they go into maintenance for another 9 months, and then they're bringing in higher teravolts or whatever, the tetravolts or whatever the hell it is, that they're actually pounding together, because they wanted to be able to rip these particles enough and smash them so small in the quantum realm that they can identify what is the glue that actually creates mass in the first place. So they know now the God particle, the Gibbs particle, I believe that's what it's called. The Higgs boson. Yes.
Yeah.
The Higgs boson particle is technically the God particle, or the glue that amasses everything together. Where, as I was stated before about energy, that nothing would exist if there weren't these waves of energy in the first place, would be to assume that the waves of energy is what actually holds you in the realm of physics that we call reality as humans, which is a very small sliver of senses that we carry as human organisms to be able to make relevant to our lives, because we just have our eyes, our ears, and our taste and our sense of touch, which is not much. It is not much. There's animals on this planet that have more senses, more sensory organs than we do. There's frogs that can see in like 13 different fucking dimensions. I don't know if you guys realize that, but it's true. That's a true thing. So if the scary thing about it is, if we already understand our own physics, and then you get into the quantum realm where we actually have quantum computing that spits out these numbers, where non-God-fearing people were now able to make relevant understanding of these numbers that they see. And I'm having a brain fart here. What's the guy that recently died that was in the wheelchair? Extremely brilliant guy. He was an atheist.
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking. Before quantum computing existed, Stephen Hawking was a devout atheist because of the numbers that he had always seen. He always believed that there could never be a God. It didn't make sense. And then they created quantum computing, and one of the very few people that was able to understand any of the mumbo jumbo jargony gobbledygook that came out of the essence of this thing being able to peer into every infinite of every infinite and pull up data, which was surprising enough that it even pulled out data in the first place. That this particular gentleman found God. It made sense. He no longer claimed to be an atheist any longer before he died.
Did he became agnostic, or did he convert to? He
didn't know. No, he wasn't. He's not that type of individual to claim a set. He's not a gangster, right? He don't care about that. he just acknowledged that through the amazing discovery of some sort of instrument that can pull data from the quantum realm in any respect, which is phenomenal in the first place, that the data that they got suggested that it all does make sense.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think a lot of physicists are definitely agnostic, just because it doesn't make any sense. It's like, it's so perfect, everything. Well, if anything was any different at all by 12 zeros, we wouldn't exist.
And I think that, okay, so if we have our own reality here in what we have our own physical boundaries to, then you go to the quantum realm that's so small that it's not relevant to us, but it exists. We know it exists, but it is bound by its own realm of physics, which is completely different than ours. However, it's just as perfect as ours is. And the assumption would be that past and beyond the quantum, what we call the quantum realm, which the quantum realm probably just calls it their fucking reality, if they have a consciousness in the first place, which just suggests that it maybe potentially does. That's why we have this generalized theory that there is a mass consciousness amongst all consciousnesses. That if you were to be able to have an instrument that was able to go even further, which quantum computing does, it has the availability to go even further than the quantum realm itself to be able to pull data. It also suggests that the next realm that actually brings the laws of physics to that quantum realm is also perfect. And so is the next one, and the next one. And they all have different realms of physics that are completely different than the ones that we actually call reality here. And that's where I go. that's where I go. So what they have actually discovered, without telling people, because it sounds so fucking complicated, but it's, in my mind, it's not, that they have discovered the availability to put infinite data into another infinite data set of perfection and continue to funnel that into each other, right? Like a pyramid or a hole or things like this, that you would be able to extrapolate data to the side, and it doesn't get destroyed. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't fall into the middle and be completely eradicated. It doesn't. It all gets saved. It gets stored like data would, just smashed to the sides of it. And all the stuff that's smashed to the sides of it that looks like to us here on Earth, if we were to have a black hole that's just ripping shit up but not us, and we saw it all happen, it would look like chaos. But to it, relevant to it, nothing changed. Just like when we smash these particles together and pass through these timelines where people are like, that's weird. I remember in my childhood that it was this way, but now it's not. Like, what? Like, and there's like a lot of you people that believe that that's not the case. But how come, like, there's so many things that are different in this reality? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. But it does make sense. It does. It really fucking does. And what we're doing is probably really wrong. Like, we really probably shouldn't be messing with some of these things to be able to open up these portals and
I have the
perpetuate
perfect
ourselves.
interjection here, Executioner. Sorry, it was just like as you guys are talking about this, I'm looking more into Ormus, and I just, if you don't mind, I'll read you something about what Ormus is. Okay, in the Ormus state, atoms do not bond and cannot be measured by conventional analysis equipment. Ormus materials attain a high spin energized state. There's still not a great deal known about this, but atoms are considered to be round, but in the Ormus energized state, the atoms are believed to rotate so quickly that they deform and lengthen and roughly resemble the shape of a bow tie. When this state is achieved, the atom of matter becomes a photon of light. It cannot bond with matter as it is no longer matter, it is light. So this is interesting because this is this fertilizer, this milk of magnesia or philosopher's stone that I'm using as a fertilizer. And the Egyptians in their hieroglyphs actually talk about the Ormus, and they have like a specific hieroglyph that represents it, which is like a very like tall funnel shape, right? Because like their medicine was like categorized into like its weight, it's like atomic weight, I believe. Like they were highly advanced, but Ormus is like this special one, right? That's different, and it relates to the Hedron Collider and exactly what you're saying, because it's like, well, we're like cheating. We're trying to cheat to God, instead of, or maybe we just don't understand it enough. We've lost it. We've lost,
I mean,
or maybe it's like they're trying to replace what we should normally achieve through these other states of like figuring out how to use herbology and these natural substances to achieve these states that now we're trying to achieve outside of ourselves rather than inside of ourselves.
So I tend to think that these Hedron colliders and there's another one too, I forget what it's called, they create something called antimatter. Also, it's the only way that we've ever been able to discover some sort of freaky, fucked up way to be able to bring it into existence, into our existence. It shouldn't. It was all destroyed at the creation of the universe. I think that they're giant quantum computers. I think that's what they really are. I know.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think one of the dangers of cracking the quantum computing is that it's kind of a similar problem as AI. Somebody could end up having so much power that they'd be corrupted by the power.
Well, they're doing it. They took 30% of the entire country of Germany's energy supply to run the fucking thing last time they ran it. Oh yeah. Yep.
But yeah, but always remember, like, when there's great power, there will always be revolt. So someone can only rule over some small group of people or a person, whatever dictator. They can only rule for so long.
Well, I mean that whole like that I agree, but we don't know what we're opening up. So it's like, what if it's just somebody who just wants to see the world burn, and then they just nuke it.
That's where I come in, and I just simply say we're doomed, and humanity is done.
Yeah, I think it just needs people paying attention to it, and a lot of people, transparency.
I think many realities exist at the same time, and that that a lot of people will go the wrong way, and I think that just because a lot of people go the wrong way, that doesn't mean that we're doomed. I think that how am I trying to say this? It's like, I feel like heaven and hell can exist simultaneously.
The other thing is, like, there's science is actually one of the things that's like, science itself is really easy to use as a tool of propaganda. And I've talked about this before with you guys, that they, like, one of the tools in the toolbox for government propaganda is they do studies, and then they figure out, well, if we get people to believe X, how do they behave differently? What actions do they take after they believe that, or how does it change their belief system? And science is one of those things where they will use it to come up with fake science that will get people to believe something that will change their actions in a certain way that's favorable to them. And I think climate change is a good example, because it's, if you really look into it, it doesn't make much sense. Like, maybe climate change, maybe we can change the climate. Maybe that's one way of looking at it. But global warming as a whole, there's a whole lot of scientists that are afraid to say that it doesn't exist, but they really know that it doesn't exist, and there's not really that much evidence for it. And it doesn't really make that much sense, because we've had more CO2. We've had like 100 times more CO2 than we have now. And humans actually flourish more in the heat. The hotter the years that we've had in the past 10,000 years have actually been periods of growth. And what else? Like, you get more crops, more the forest regrows. Like, CO2 is like actually kind of a good thing, unless it's like on the level of Venus.
The ganja growers use carbon dioxide as a supplement. It actually
and greenhouses are like the most obvious debunk of global warming. Like, greenhouses are great for anyways, to loop it back, like, I don't know what about quantum physics and all that is real, and I don't know what's not, but it's possible that some of it's fake.
Yeah, did you guys know that Stephen Hawking and all the just like all the politicians, all the famous scientists, all went to Epstein Island? There's pictures and records of all the scientists that you see on TV. Yeah, so like what you were saying, that they're all controlled.
Yep.
Basically a behavioral modification.
At the front, like the front entrance of the Large Hadron Collider, I think it's in Switzerland or somewhere around there, they have the god of Sheba, the goddess of destruction.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when they opened it up, they did this whole crazy like satanic freaking
They're
ritual dance and stuff.
yeah,
It was gnarly.
Yeah,
like
so
all Satan.
essentially these could all be fallen angels, quote quote, and this could all be that type of technology that's like that's associated with fallen angels, which is all deception.
Yeah,
Take
so
like
yeah, maybe it's just pure distraction. I don't know. But my idea was like maybe there's something that this like climate change. When people believe climate change, they drive less cars, they invest less in oil. They, I don't know, maybe one of those things that makes them change what they do. They like to do it, but yeah, maybe it's just pure satanic worship, religion bullshit.
Or it could just be pure
weird.
science. They just want to know how everything works, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe that's just they don't understand that they're worshiping Satan or something.
They just know that certain frequencies they get the best results, so they go with those frequencies, and then they ramp up the energy to 14 tevs, and they just let her rip.
Maybe it's both. Maybe it's, you know, the people that are in control of the science at the very top, maybe they're corrupted. And then you have all the people that are just like the worker bees that are good human beings, but they're just going through the motions and they're being misdirected.
Yeah, I just had a weird thought. What if we were having this conversation like 400 years ago and it was almost similar, but instead of talking about the Hadron Collider, we're talking about like Galileo seeing Jupiter or something, or like, yeah, maybe he made it up. Maybe he just didn't actually see it. And I heard he worshipped Satan or something like.
That's probably true. Those conversations did happen.
Yeah.
First it's ridicule. Then it's
that's something I always. That's something I always recently to the best like flat Earth people I come across. I always pose this question, and I haven't got a salient answer yet. Is explain to me what are shooting stars, because I've seen hundreds of shooting stars in all different forms, fashions, and speeds, and no legitimate flat earther that I've come across yet so far can explain to me what they are.
Yeah, and why is there a firmament that doesn't allow you access to space? Because there's water up there, remember? Why is there space junk falling all over the fucking desert?
I genuinely think that flat Earth is like 100% of one of those things that's just it's just misinformation. It's a net to catch people who think for themselves and catch them and make them waste their time on something that doesn't really matter. Like,
yeah, it's entertaining as fuck though. Like I love all the old world stuff. Like even like all the old world buildings and the mud floods. Like a lot of the mud flood shit is actually like provable, through like old photographs and stuff like that from like the 1800s. But the ideas are cool. It's very entertaining. But yeah, but that's the worst part is like if you get stuck into that hole and then it's just like it just sucks the life out of you.
yeah, you turn
What
into
flabbergasts me with the flat earthers is I had no idea before I got into crypto that these people were even a real thing. It's incomprehensible to me that so many people actually believe that.
Well, it used to be taught. It used to be taught as common knowledge too. Even like
Yeah,
I think it was
back in the day before the day.
yeah, no, but even modern day too, like even modern like late 1800s, early 1900s, a lot of places it was still actually being taught that way.
it seems like a form of mind control because people like one of the ways to control people is to isolate them from all their friends, and that's actually one of the reasons lockdowns are so powerful and probably one of the reasons that they made us do lockdowns. But yeah, what it will isolate you from your friends if you obsess over whether the earth is flat or not. Most people are like, I'm gonna go to work and hang out with my kids. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not talking to this guy anymore, right? So then they get into their own bubble And yeah.
Yeah, it feeds itself. Yeah. It's like I'm very, very open minded about everything and anything. It's like I like to say like I believe in everything, but luckily I don't I don't get stuck on anything.
Yeah, I'm definitely
and
I'm agnostic on almost everything. Maybe the world is flat. I'm not going to say where it is or not, but I'm also not going to waste my time proving it.
Because how much of it can you actually control? Even if you
that's my thesis is like, if I can control,
Yeah.
if it's going to help me gain control over my life, then I want to know it. You know, like I want to learn about it.
yeah, that's what it all comes back to. If you can't utilize it in your life, then I guess it's just wasting time, right? So what I was going to say is that
just entertainment, and that's it. Like what Mango said.
Yeah.
Don't fall into the trap. Just
Go, Rich.
I was just going to say that, I believe in God. I believe in one thing, God, and I pretty much consider everything. So that's how I keep my mind open. I only really believe in one thing because I don't want to believe in all this other shit, but I pretty much consider everything. So I think it's important that, like, we can get outside of our perspective and look at things from many different viewpoints. But like, yeah, that's how I kind of break it down.
Yeah. There's actually a really cool video like what you're talking about with the firmament. I forgot on what rocket that was launched, but it actually shows it going from our atmosphere into what you would perceive as an actual liquid because of the vibration. So you see the camera on the rocket pointing down towards the Earth as it's going up in the air, right? So it's pointing down back towards the Earth, and you're seeing, high vibration. You're seeing the boosters still going. I think you see like the first deployment of like the first booster, then you have like a secondary going off. There's still a lot of vibrations, and then when it gets to this certain altitude, you see like a sudden shock in the camera, and then it's just total like calmness, but the rocket is still moving, but you just see like this like no vibration, no movement, but obviously you can still see the rocket still moving, but it looks like you would imagine something getting thrown into water. Like I don't know if you ever used to play with those little if you ever played with those little torpedoes that you throw into the water, like it stabilizes and it goes streamline as soon as it hits the water. Like that's what this video showed. I've never seen any other video like that one showed. But again, I don't really look too much into this shit, so it's like I'm sure there might be some other videos like that out there, but it almost kind of like backs up to what you're saying. And like it looks like it actually does, the rocket actually goes into water and stabilizes. It's interesting video.
What is the atmosphere made of?
Gases.
Gases, yes. But the majority of it is water vapor.
Really?
I don't know. Is it? I don't think so.
Yeah. There's almost more water in the atmosphere altogether than what we have like on what you would see as the surface of the Earth.
Wow.
I'll have to confirm that.
Yeah, dude, look it up. It's amazing. Like the amount
Think about running those little tiny dehumidifiers in your house on a muggy day and how much water comes out of it.
Dude,
That's insane. Yeah, that's nuts.
There's so much water that you don't relevantly, it's not quantitative in your mind because you, like you said, as a human, you can only see so much. Imagine if you had a couple more senses that would allow for you to rectify a different reality altogether, like a colorblind person that doesn't see colors the same way that you do, right? Like their reality is completely different than yours. Like they're never going to see the world the way you do, right? So it's, well, okay, they have those glasses now that whatever, right? Now they get to see what you see, whatever. But you're going in. So they have a thing called.
Cut in there, man. Just whenever you want to interrupt executioner, just interrupt him. You know the rules here, Rich. Go ahead.
Max Q.
Yeah, no, all I was gonna say is that's pretty amazing. I never heard that before, executioner. That's like, it's kind of blowing my mind right now that there's that much water in our atmosphere.
Well, I don't know the actual number. It's good to go look at it, but the numbers are enormous. on how much water is actually in the atmosphere. So it's not shocking to me, because the reason why I said max Q is because a shuttle or spacecraft that you're shooting through the atmosphere that needs to be able to get to a certain speed to continue through the pressures that it's creating when it's going through the atmosphere at its thickest and what was generally its thinnest, but it's being pushed in by all of space for fuck's sake. So you have this certain point when you get into the atmosphere that it causes the most pressure on that vehicle. So you need to make sure, A, that the vehicle can withstand, that it can handle that pressure, which we make submarines. So if we can do that, this is easy. But you get to notice that. So the most volatile point in time that spacecraft is going to go through is exactly what Mango was describing to you guys as what he saw through the video of the vibrations and how it responded one way, and then suddenly, all of a sudden, after the shock wave, it was different, because that was the point where they call it max Q. That is where the most violent occurrences happen, and then suddenly when they're through it, which is them actually maintaining a speed of over 17,000 miles an hour, so they can continue to fall around the Earth and not have gravity continue that trajectory towards the Earth. That's why they have other boosters in the front of the vehicle, or the all sides of the vehicle, to be able to bring them from that 17,000 some odd miles an hour, I don't know exactly, and then reduce that speed to a point where gravity actually starts to tug them back down. So even though the gravity of the Earth and the outside of space causing for this pressure to be had that we call our atmosphere, it keeps it there and doesn't just let it float off, which that really kind of shoots another flat earther in the foot with their whole gravity thing. And then you have to go through that same thing again, but you're not trying to take a straight shot at it, I guess. And it's a little bit different. So they can control it since they're going to hit that first, right? When you're
that makes sense.
Yes, when you're exiting the planet, you hit it last. You got to make it to there and then go through the most violent point and hit it last. So
one of the arguments being that, well, why it looks like the rockets go sideways and they actually never go through the atmosphere. They're just going all the way up to the firmament and coming back down. But now I can understand why that angle of exit is important, not just from that one standpoint, but from the standpoint of like the trajectory of the like momentum, right, with the gravity.
Right.
Guys, if you guys spend some time, there's dozens of videos out there of the astronauts on the space station, the International Space Station, that are you could actually see them on wires. A lot of them are literally on wires, and they fuck up the CGI. So a lot of the NASA stuff is fake. Just the fact that it's fake. A lot of the NASA stuff is fake.
So check this out, Recplud. Maybe you'll agree with this. When we're dealing with sending humans, organisms of this Earth that are designed to pretty much be only on this planet and not in space, that when they're talking about sending people up there, that maybe it's not to the extent in which they say. At all. Not at all. No people go up there in reality. Maybe. But the technology that they send up there, free and willing. It's fine. Maybe when they sent some monkeys and some dogs up there, they realized that too much radiation, way too much radiation for you to absorb when you're out of the atmosphere that protects us from a lot of that shit, right? Obviously, we have geomagnetic forces within the iron core of our own planet that help protect us as well from a lot of the solar shit. But the majority of that still comes through. And I don't, you can see the aurora.
There's truth on both sides is basically what you're saying. And it's like, I think a human condition is to be absolutist in our thinking.
They fuck up really bad though with a lot of the videos they do. a lot of them are recent too. Like with it, like even like this year, you'll find like a whole shitload to where it's like, besides from messing up the CGI, blocking out the wires, which you can find a million of these videos. Also, another thing that's happened recently too is when they're like holding certain objects, like they'll like one of the objects will slip out of their hand by accident, and you'll see it actually fall, as opposed to floating away weightlessly. Like, dude, they fuck up pretty bad.
That's funny. But see,
Yeah,
they already.
nature.
I'm not
The
arguing with
nature.
you guys. That go ahead. I'm sorry.
I
Go
say
on,
the
Paul.
nature of all of this is unless we've proven it to ourselves, right? We're just taking someone else's, we're trusting someone else to tell us the truth, right? Unless
I
you've
ain't trust
proven it
nobody.
yourself. So I feel like that's kind of the lesson in it for me, and that's kind of why I like the idea of flat Earth, is because it's like it's showing the process of questioning and how important it is to actually verify ourselves.
Yeah, even the most recent, not the most recent, Joe Rogan's podcast, Neil deGrasse Tyson was just on again last week, and he was funny as shit this one part because he was telling Joe, he was like, flat Earth got brought up just really quick, and he was like, man, he's like, I've had a bunch of my colleagues, we've talked about it, and we can argue against flat Earth. He's like, but goddamn, it is not easy to argue against flat Earth. And it was like a hilarious moment.
Yeah, he's an actor too, just like Bill Nye the
Yeah,
Science
yeah.
Guy. He's like a comedian but a failed actor, and they pay him a shitload of money. Just like Anderson Cooper was recruited by the CIA when he was in college, and like his mom was like,
He's a Gildebrand.
yeah, exactly. So everyone that's everyone that's on TV, they're all paid for, no matter what you think, they're all paid for.
Yeah,
And
Cooper is like part of like the most wealthiest family in the entire world's history.
I didn't know that, but I knew that Neil deGrasse Tyson was an awesome wrestler in college.
Yeah.
Like the billionaires that made those, I don't know, with their planes or spaceships or whatever the fuck, but they like went to outer space, like the Virgin Mobile guy,
Richard Branson. Yeah,
Richard Branson, right? You notice how like when they made these things that they didn't make them like rocket ships to like go out into space. It was to like travel up there and get the fuck back out as fast as possible. And why they would build, why would they build their things like that instead of like any other way that's already been, like, if you're gonna go to space, bro, go to fucking space, like fly around, do what aliens would do and shit, right?
Hell yeah.
Like do that shit, right? Go out there and do that, because you can, like, as soon as you get out there, like, you can have other side boosters and just go, hopefully you don't run out of air, right, and get lost in space. That would be dangerous as fuck. I mean, the whole damn thing sounds pretty terrifying. But they didn't build them like that. They built them in these ways to be like, if we do go up there, we can't go all the way up there because we may lose control of something at some point in time, and you're a fucking billionaire, so we can't do that, and we can't put people in that risk profile. But we can get high enough up there where the radiation ain't gonna fucking cause for you to have cancer, all sorts of cancerous crazy shit happen to you when you go back down to Earth. So we can't be out there very long anyway. You can't have a whole lot of exposure.
It's really weird. I mean, there's a lot to it, right? There's a lot to unpack around flat Earth, because it's a lot more than just that, right? It, like, making us question all these narratives. And I think that, like, why first of all, why are we trying to leave this planet? What's the point? Okay, I kind of get it, because it's like we like to fuck around, right? It's like the chart. But like
explorers.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just seems it seems misguided, like a lot of human endeavors.
Because the world got small, and they needed people to believe that with all this stuff of like other extinctions that have happened because of supposed dinosaur bones that have been found, like, and I've also seen the thing that shit ain't real too, like oh god, like there's always an argument, there's always a fucking argument, but placate that it's happened or whatever, right? And people are like, well, what happens if another rock comes? And be like, well, the possibility of that is like highly fucking likely. So like people are gonna figure that out. So let's give them an out, so that way they don't.
That's a good point.
What you don't want to
Yeah.
have happen with the population of people,
But-
especially a lot of them, is have nothing to lose.
Yeah, something that drives people though towards space is simply this: is go into a dark area at night and just fucking look up. Like it's the most amazing, astonishing thing you'll ever see. So that drives people's curiosity to head upwards.
Yeah, I think I've seen like in the middle of nowhere in like Utah, you can see the Milky Way. Like it looks like a fucking photo of one of those, like those photos of the Milky Way. That's how it actually looks when there's no light pollution and it's a clear night.
Like, have you guys seen Buzz Aldrin in his old ass age recently going around telling everybody that they didn't go to the moon?
Yeah, he's funny as shit, dude.
He's like, the girl's like, how come we don't go to the moon anymore? And he's like, that's not a question an 8-year-old would have. As he looks around the room and he goes, well, the reasons why we don't go to the moon anymore because we never
Because we never went there.
He says, we never went there. And like, we don't have enough money to be able to do that. And what he means by that is you need 3 feet of water all the way around. You need a dual-hulled spacecraft that can handle it. By the way, 1 cubic foot of water is extremely fucking heavy. So to have 3 feet of water around this giant fucking thing to be able to protect you from even gamma radiation from being able to touch you. Now, mind you, when you have an X-ray at the doctor's, that they cover you in a lead jacket, right, which actually absorbs the radiation and emits it at a higher frequency that's more dangerous for you. So water with at least 3 cubic feet solid around the whole fucking craft, which is almost impossible because you will have radiation leak in, where the water blocks it enough and it doesn't emit it back at you in a way where it's more dangerous of radiation on the inside of the craft. So understanding that you don't have the technical capability, we as humans do not have the capabilities of being able to do all of that quite yet. But they are trying to find ways that if you were to actually travel in that respect, which we haven't had the capabilities of being able to do yet, that you would have to have a significant amount of water with you. So they would have to figure out a way to be able to do this if they actually wanted to do something like this. And there's not enough money on the planet to go do that unless we knew that the planet was actually going to fucking end soon. Like, humans are not that forward thinking, even the richest of them.
I think, if we couldn't go to space and there was a meteor and we knew it was coming, I think the best thing to do would be to go underground. Probably.
Oh, unless it gets liquefied.
Yeah, there's cities all over the world that are underground, like ancient cities.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys there's a really good documentary that just came out on Netflix by Graham Hancock. He's always on Joe Rogan's podcast. It's worth a watch because he shows those underground cities all over the world, specifically in Turkey. And he gets into all the pyramids all over the world, and basically he's saying that we've been here for way longer than what modern scientists are telling us, and lost civilizations that were more advanced than us. He goes into it. I mean, he lays it down pretty good. It's really worth a watch.
Heard our real capital of excuse me, capital is not the word. Washington D.C. is actually really under Denver, right? You heard about that?
What about NBC? What'd you say?
We're talking about the airport.
Yeah.
The airport in Denver, the international
And
airport.
underground control center for the United States is like under the Rockies, deep underground.
Yeah, that's another place. They have like a statue of like Satan, or they have like a statue of like Beelzebub or something like that. Like as you walk into the airport.
Yeah, they have guys in gas masks with scimitars that are like standing in front of children that are in green grass fields dancing around.
Yeah, just creepy ass shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and also they have like the symbols for gold and another element.
Was it AG? Was it AG or AU? Gold and silver?
Gold for the AU and I don't remember what the other one was, but the mixture of them together was like the two of them together was a chemical compound for sarin gas or mustard gas or one of the gases that they used to like kill like massive amounts of people in World War II. So there was like all sorts of I'm close to these areas too, so like there was all sorts of conspiracies going around about all sorts of shit that people thought that it was going to be like a place to go stuff people, but it turns out that like the Queen of England even bought real estate down under this particular airport as well. And the land for the airport specifically, I know that there's other areas, but this particular airport is interesting, that it only covers like 2 square miles of the property that it owns, and it owns like an area of like 50 to 100 square miles where they had massive construction that was happening on this land as the airport was being built. And I know guys that worked there on these facilities. They weren't told what it was. I mean, it was all like concrete and all underground and had like fire sprinkler systems and electrical things, all sorts of pumps and all sorts of shit that's there to make it all operate. And it was made to be operational immediately. And it encompassed the entire underground of where their property is. So like you have this airport that's on top of the ground that you see, and it only covers 2 square miles. And then the fence that goes around it has barbed wire on it too, to keep people out. And it has like guard tower stations too, also around the whole actual property that isn't really relevant to you because you only see the airport.
Don't you think like if people wanted to quell like conspiracy theories, like don't you think they would leave like the creepy ass shit out of the whole picture? It's like, don't put up satanic and these creepy ass statues around what you're building. It's like people are gonna start talking.
Sleight of hand, dude. They want everybody looking at the airport but not paying attention to the massive underground undertaking that happened over there, where they built this facility like a fucking nuclear bunker for what I would assume very wealthy people to be able to go to.
What if all that satanic stuff is actually supposed to be the canary in the coal mine? Like when people, like it's going to be the first thing that anyone says about the facility when they find out about it. And so they can kind of keep track of who knows about it and who, like how bad are they at keeping it a secret.
But I don't understand what you're saying, because there is no keeping a secret when it's right in your face. I don't understand the whole canary in a coal mine analogy.
You have to build the whole thing, and it's a huge undertaking in the first place. The people that build the stuff are civilians, right? So like people are gonna fucking know about it, and it's not like they have people sign NDAs. They just pretend it's just another building that you're building, and it's just they just have these. This is how they build all the airports, right? Like because eventually, like I've built quite a few airports too, like military facilities too, and like they have underground facilities. It's not normal. Right. So like you could have 10 contractors building one section of it, and then in a completely different area. I mean, you're talking like 50, 75, 50, 100 square miles. They aren't relevant to each other.
Yeah, I guess a better way to explain it would be like, okay, yeah, a lot of people know about it, especially the people who are going to use it, right? But the people who are going to use it would never talk about the satanic symbols on it, right? So anyone talking about the satanic symbols is confessing that they are not in the group. They're not supposed to know about this. And then that security can, figure out who's talking about this and watch
it's like a little test. It's like a little miniature test.
It's like a little filter to filter out people
filter.
I heard was the reason that the Denver airport was built, and is because that's the center of the craton, and there's like evidence that there's going to be huge geological upheaval. Like it's the safest place, you know, it's the center of the continent where like there isn't subduction and there isn't fucking, it's high enough to where if
Yeah,
there's
if the plates are
tsunamis and
moving.
shit, yeah, like if there's some
Maybe,
serious crap
dude, maybe this is the same idea behind the pyramid. Like they had some apocalyptic, like prediction,
Yeah.
and they're like, well, we can't
Yeah,
build tunnels because we don't know how. Let's build a building that's super thick. I don't know.
yeah.
I'm
Not
just
joking.
fucking crazy.
I just had to count a pallet of gloves, and guess how many boxes of gloves there were? 666. What the fuck, dude? We're all doomed. We're fucking doomed.
Yeah, I had a credit card that it's numbers on the back, like the 3 digits were 666, and I
Oh
was
my
like,
god. Oh my god.
I had that credit card for like 2 months, and I was like, give me a fucking new one. Like I don't want this stuff.
All right, I'm out of here. The Hex Late show is starting on Discourse.net. See you guys.
Later, man. Well, I think I'm gonna probably do the same. It's damn near 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. So
Yeah, good talking to you guys.
yeah,
talking to you. Sleep
later, guys.
well.
Yep, you too, guys. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Hey, Siggy, are you on?